Yeah, Rastafari.
Lion of Judah Society. Erev Tov, good evening, Laila Tov, good night, Boker Tov, good morning, Shalom, Chabarim, Shalom, this is Yadon, aka Ras Ayadonis Tafari, right here, LOJ, here, the T to T, what we call this third day of the Shabua podcast, also known as the Rastafari Testify Tuesday, here, we're in the 38th sabbatical study, the Shabbat, strong Korah. The crazy ball heads. This Torah reading and feeding Korah. So how does that connect with the theme, Rastafari wise, of them crazy ball heads? Who was Korah? Right? So here in this the fourth volume here of the Pentateuch or HaTorah, right? Here, the Law of Moshe, here in the Torah reading and feedings, here we're in the third book of Moshe, Hebrew book. That's called in the English the book of Numbers, aka Bamidbar. In the wilderness, in the wilderness. Something very interesting we noticed right here, as we're getting set up right here, right, to broadcast for this evening service here at the third. Here we're at the third day, or we had the third day, aka Tuesday. Here we're actually in the evening. This is really the fourth, right, day evening, right? So what's called often, people call this Tuesday night. From the Gentile perspective of time telling, this would be like Tuesday night. You said Tuesday night podcast. But here's where it talks about they shall seek to change times and laws. We're already living at a time, we're born in a world where they have already changed. So the prophecy says this is what they will seek to do. And now we're living in a time where they have done what the prophecy says that they will seek to do. All right, so we're living in that time. Yes. Shalom, Rastafari, Zion's upper room. Yeah, so we have to go get a better height, a better perspective. If we're on a two-story building and we look around from the roof, we can get a good view. Depends on where we're at and what's around us. But then if we're like on a 100-story or a 200-story building, that height, just the height, right? That perspective, we can get a much better, perspective. So here, technically, because we want to be right and accurate, in the world, but not of the world. Yes, it is Tuesday evening. I've just speaking to somebody and they're like, talk about Tuesday evening, and it's just a basic in the world but not of the world conversation. We might just allow it to a certain point, right? But then for us in this way, discipleship study, we have to be reminded of and also remind one of that, strictly orthodoxly, in an orthodox Rastafari Yehudi way, but in an orthodox way, right? This evening right here, so many of us are in the evening time, some more in the night time, right? That's going to lead to the day. So when we say Boker Tov, right, to most ones, and we say like, we speak about the day, for them, they're already in the Wednesday, on some places on the earthly plane. But those of us here, in the tail of the whale of this great country, that means we're on the East Coast, right? You ever look at America, how the outline looks like a big whale, right? Doesn't it? Even with that little part there in Texas, the Texas part is like one of the fins of a whale, right? Look up USA and a great whale, like USA map and whale. I think some other people have picked up on that, and there's some very interesting visualizations of that right there. The whole Jonah thing, yeah. All right. So this is really, the Tuesday evening, according to the Torah, is actually the fourth day, the evening of the fourth day. It's the evening. The day has not come in. But for some here, because of the technology, where they're at is already the what do you say, the next day. You know what I mean? This is very interesting, like where we're at in the perspective. They shall go to and fro and knowledge shall increase. So for some, it is the morning, Boker Tov. For some, it is the evening, right? For some, I think like in the California, hail up to those on the what they call the west coast of this whale of a country. You know what I'm saying? For them, it's like whether three or so. Is it 3 or more hour difference? And those in Hawaii, it's even different right there. Just this concept of time, right? And for us to be in the the time zone on this earthly plane, and then to view how others at the same time are in a different time. You know what I'm saying? So that there is very, very important right there. But here, just the basics is the Tuesday, right? What is called the Tuesday, evening here into the night. So, may it be told, may be beneficial for you and your family, especially for the disciples and the brothers, co-laborers by Shem Yeshua, and for all others, repent, have a change of mind to see the truth and to know the truth for yourself and to be free. Here we have this Torah reading and feeding, right? Korah, right? We touched on it a little bit in the second day's podcast for the Monday. The Monday podcast, and there was a couple of interesting themes that had come up on Korah, and we sought to make some basic connection with the narrative. The narrative. That's an interesting photo right there. Yeah, send that one to me, Yosef. That particular photo right there. They have some of these AI and different artistic images. Give thanks. Yeshua Shalom, Rastafari. Yes, I. So here we have Psalm 6. Right. So for this day, the day that has been, you know what I mean? Anyway, for the June 24th, right, according to the royal order, doing the time conversions. Interesting. Yeah, the Dread Act. Yeah. During the time conversions, right? This is Psalm 6. So previously, get this here. Psalm 6, today's Psalm. Before that, we had Psalm 66. You see where we can go with that? Right? Just as a particular curiosity, right? So we had Psalm 66, touch on Psalm 66 for the first light, right? And then here we have Psalm 6, right? So the Psalm 66 and we have Psalm 6. Now, gonna touch on that as well. Psalm 6, a very interesting psalm here, the reason for the season. But let's touch on, before we get to the psalm, just some of the first words for this Torah reading and feeding. Korah. Right? Korah is very interesting, both in the narrative in the scripture and how the narrative, right, may be applied, right, even in these latter days and times. Right? Most ones Rastafari brothers and sisters, Talmudim, know that, before in this Torah reading and feeding on Korah, we present like a reasoning and a possible link of the Korah type, then with certain Korah types, now. And one particular individual that some likeness and similarity, has been seen is one in the, how can we say, in the Israelite movement, right? And particularly in the Ethiopian Hebrew, the Commandment Keepers Congregation of Living God, speaking about Rabbi Wentworth Arthur Matthews, right, who we have spoken on, and that whole movement from like the 1920s. And then, of course, Crowdy and others are like the earlier, ones that spoke to this level of connecting the scriptures and the prophecies and even the histories that was known to them, and to say that so-called black and brown people here, that black people in the Americas and the Caribbean, are actually related, right, generally or specifically speaking, to the Israelites of the Bible and our experience in so-called slavery, or through the whole enslavement, slavery or slavery, that whole experience right there, right, is aspects of the consequences, some might say curses or consequences, for disobedience, right, to, generally speaking, the laws, statutes, and commandments, or more specifically to the breaking of that covenant, right? Because we and our ancestors, in a breach of covenant, right, those early movements saw within the scripture and the biblical narrative that connection with who we are. And then even further within the historical connections here in the Americas and the Caribbean. We get ones like Nat Turner. Any of y'all seen that Nat Turner? There was that Nat Turner movie that it was very so-called controversial and everything. But the whole connection of the prohibition, right, under the pain of violence, violence, brutality, and death, right, of reading the Bible, a prohibition on reading the Bible to the enslaved or so called enslaved black and brown people taken from Africa in the reading of the Bible. And then the consequence and vis a vis that when ones did read the Bible, it seemed to have provoked, at least in the earlier times, right? This is before, right, so called their Christianity was given to us. See, a lot of people will say that, oh, you're in the Bible, and that this is the Christianity, right? Christianity being given, right, to us. Some people say that, oh, they gave us the Bible, and you still reading the Bible. But that's an inaccuracy according to the true history. According to the true history, there was a prohibition under the pain, right, of brutality, right, and death, basically, usually lynching and death, but a lot of brutality before death, for any enslaved or enslaved so-called, right, black person, right, in the Americas and Caribbean of reading the Bible. So it wasn't like, oh, we came over here, they sat us down and they started to read the Bible and say, here's your copy, here's your copy. It's not like the slaves were given the so-called enslaved. I don't like to be called them slave, but Slavs. And I purposely, change it up like that because, what often is missed is the half of the story right in front of our face. Right? As a Rastaman, some of the original Rastafari, they'll say like word, sound, and power, pick sense out of nonsense. So we read the word SLAVE as slave, but actually it has more to do with a group of people known as Slavs, right? So it's not even so-called an occupation, but it's an identity, right? A kind of dehumanized, right? Sense of humanity that has been imposed. It's like a foreign ethnicity, a foreign ID has been put on us. It's not even just the bondage, the hard work, right? The servitude, right? Because they like to run this word Slav, right? And they like to point to the Bible. But to look at the hypocrisy. The word Slav or slave only appears 2 times in the whole King James Version of the Bible. Why King James? Because King James Version was the popular version that was used both in merry old England, Hangland, right? England by the mother and by the daughter, by America and her children over here in America, who came over here to the Americas for what reason? They came over here allegedly for freedom, freedom of religion. hmm That's what the Bible talks about. Those who promise you liberty, they are slaves, like, you know what I mean? Of their own corruption, right? But the point is that the King James Version of the Bible was the version of the Bible that was popularly used and accepted during the epicenter of those 400 years. That means if we were to go in a time machine back to that time and we're like the invisible people, right? Observing those things, we'll see that they were informed, their worldview was informed by the King James Version of the Bible. And this Western Gentile Nouveau Ordo Seclorum, this New World Order was built, based on that particular Bible and a particular theology being the kind of mainframe. You know what I'm saying? Like the mainframe, like a computer, like it being the hard drive, so or the software, right, for the past 400 years. So we're not saying that you can't read and shouldn't study comparatively other Bibles. We actually recommend that, but you should always keep the King James Version as a mainframe, right? Because the mainframe, if we want to deconstruct what has happened, we have to look at the real structure. You know what I mean? Like if we want to get out of this building, this trap, this dungeon, and somebody bring a map of another building, it's not going to help you get out of the building that you're in. You know what I mean? Get out of the trap that you're in. You're going to need to get, the schismatics, you know what I mean? The ground plan and the map, the map, or what they call it again, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? We will have to get what is related to this building, not another building that is similar or somewhat the same, but they change up the rooms here and there. Because we follow that particular, ground plan, we will be maybe deeper in the trap. So the King James Version of the Bible only two times, right, in the whole Bible, right? And we can point to it. I think is it Jeremiah? I think once the word slave appears, and I think it's Jeremiah, and once in Revelation. And in both instances, once in the Old and once in the New, in the Old Testament, the word is not even there. The word is italicized, and the word is nowhere there in the original text. And in the New Testament, I think it's chapter 18 of Revelation, in the New Testament, where it says slave, right, or slaves, right, it really means bodies. Bodies. The same word that's used as body, like the body of Christ, the body of this, the body of that, like the body of a star, the body of a planet, the body of, you know what I mean? Just the word body. You know what I'm saying? It's not the word slave. So when it says, and they do commerce in slaves, what it says in slaves and the souls of men. If we read it properly, if it's properly translated, they do commerce in the bodies and souls of men. Body and soul, body and soul. That's why in society you see those two words are used a lot. Body and soul. You got to take care of your body and soul, body and soul, body and soul. But man, according to the scriptures, interpretation from the scripture, man is a trinity. Man is a tripartite being. He has spirit, which some say is God consciousness, right? He has soul, right? A psychological, psycho-emotional mind state consciousness, and then he has a carbon organic structure which is known as the hypostasis, called the body, right? But be that as it may, may it as it be, just making certain connections right here, some like just basic connections, would like to even touch on some of the current events, that are going on, right? To really look at the current events, because as we look at more of the current events that's going on in the world, especially over in what the region that is known as the so-called Middle East and the so-called state of Israel / Palestine region, and the reactions of many of us, to not just what is going on, but to how we have been, how can I say, prompted by the news. We have to strip it back and kind of look at the basis. That's why I talk about the King James Version of the Bible. That's the Bible that built the Nouveau Ordo Seclorum. That's the Bible that built the New World Order. That's the Bible that builds the New Order of the Ages, Nouveau Ordo Seclorum. I know. Many of you will be like, no, Ross, no, Yadin, you off, you wrong. The New World Order is coming. Are you sure? Are you sure? Or is that what people are telling you? Right? It's like a deflection. Something's already happened to you. I'm telling you that's going to happen. So you're looking for signs of it happening, but you don't see signs that it has already happened. Right? And that most of us have been born in this world, all of us really who are born have been born, like in the normal way and everything. We have been born into this Nouveau Ordo Seclorum, right? 1776, it's on the dollar. Look at the pyramid. Look at that. Look at this. It's right there. It's right there. Eyes wide shut. It's right there. Right there. Right? So in unpacking this so-called 400 years something, this is one reason why we utilize the King James, version of the Bible. Now, a point that we'd like to unpack, which we'll just share right here as part of the current news, what's going on now in this present time, in this present dispensation. Also, hear love to Ankoma Jed. On his channel, we have touched on the Gu'as. The brother has brought me in on that, and we have worked together towards some of the Gu'as, the Ethiopic and Gu'as lessons. We had part 1, lesson 1, and then we went through like a lesson 2, and hopefully, y'all willing, we'll do a lesson 3 on that as well. We had a very good reason, but subject matter that I had with him, and also been having some other brothers about the current, events, the state of Israel, the so-called Zionist state, and Khazarian, and then checking out some Candace Owens. Some people even say that they love to hate her, like some things they like. It's not about persons or personalities, it's about certain principles, right? And even touching on certain, principles of people's arguments. We hear the argument even about the Schofield Study Bible. You know what I mean? Some people say that the Schofield Study Bible and its view on dispensationalism is what is and what has empowered, the so-called Christian right in America. The Christian right in America, the evangelicals, or as some of us as Rastafari used to say, the evil angels. Let that sink in for a moment. Evangelical. Just looking at what the Rasta man said, pick sense out of nonsense. Evangelical, the evil angels. Right? Because many of them put out a gospel, a so-called gospel, another gospel, that's not really no other gospel, but it's like the Bible says. Right? It's a deception. You know what I'm saying? So they have a big support. They say basically, if you love Jesus, if you love God, and you're a real Christian, then you will support and do everything in your power to make sure that the state of Israel kind of survives. You know what I mean? Because those are the Jews, those are the Israelites, and this is prophecy. So prophecy is going on. So we're being told continually that this prophecy and that prophecy, but then the Bible tells about false prophets. All right, will be going on false prophecy. So some say, like Candace Owen and others, they blame like Schofield, C.S. Schofield, and I've gone to some research about the man, the individual, but I'm looking at the work, you know what I mean? And yes, we do point to the Schofield Study Bible, so we're gonna hopefully unpack that as well, right? And there's certain Rastafari mansions, that also have used certain Protestant, documentation, right? And through, the usage of that have included we, once lost, now found black and brown people in Ethiopia, right? And Africans in the equation, right? As I said to the brother, in the whole dispensationalist argument, it's very clear if you study human history that there have been different dispensations. For example, the 60s were not necessarily the same as the 70s, right? The 80s were not the same as the 70s, and the 90s were not the same as the 80s. You know what I'm saying? That we can even see how in certain time, the Bible uses this word. I think I've gone through it in generations when I talk about generation. In the King James Version of the Bible, if you look up generation, right? And then if you have a good kind of interlinear, right? If you have interlinear, Old Testament, start with Old Testament, you look up generation, right? And you go to the first 5 entries of generation in the Bible. And the thing that you will find in the first 5 entries of generation, right? I'll say 5 to 10, but I think we can hit it in 5, right? The first thing you will find, right, is that it's not the same word for generation. So that means if you read the English Bible, it's generation, generation, generation. You'd be like, what is a generation? Go look it up in a dictionary. You look up in the dictionary and say, this is what a generation is. But here's the rub. And when they say, like, here's the rub. The word that's translated to the English of generation is not necessarily the same word. That means regardless of what you look up in what you look up in the Webster's dictionary for the English translation, the translation in some cases is a false translation. When I say false translation, I'm speaking strictly linguistically. You know what I mean? It's like 1 plus 1 equals what? Equals 2. But then people tell us about new math. You hear people saying, well, there's actually new math. 2 plus 2 doesn't necessarily equal 4. It can equal 5. It can equal all this kind of nonsense. Okay. You understand what I'm saying? So you want to teach our children, what they call it, and your children and other children, they want to teach children this new math. And in this new math, the new math basically states that 2 plus 2, 1 plus 1 doesn't necessarily equals 2. 1 plus 1 can equal 3, right? And 2 plus 2 necessarily don't equal 4. 2 plus 2 can equal 5. All right. Now, although many of us might say, yo, this is crazy, this is nonsense. You know what I'm saying? There is a powerful movement and movements out there. And actually, it's actually something they're pushing. It's actually something that people are doing. Right. So let me just prove this word about generation here. This is partly to touch on some of the current events and the hypocrisy that we see in it. Right. There's a hypocrisy. Like many people that say that, like say the Candace Owens, right? And give thanks, Ross Seymour. We did a little reasoning. Hopefully going to share this on the Rastafari Jews very soon. I haven't posted nothing in maybe a week or almost going on 2 weeks, but want to be more regular. Little by little, we'll get to more regularity. So not just one video, every day or a couple of days, but maybe hopefully a couple of videos a day. You know what I mean? But be until then, right? Let's just pray and work together and give thanks for those who are assisting, right? So there's a hypocrisy, right? One say, well, what the state of Israel is doing and the so-called Zionists are doing is wrong, and that is a colonial state, right? A colonizer state. One's like Candace Owens, one's like what's his name, Tucker Carlson or something like that. They're basically against this. They promote their Christian belief, their Christian faith, and in their Christian faith, they do not hold to the dispensationalist view, of it. They view ones, like Schofield, C.S. Schofield, and his version of the Bible, and others as being in bed with the Zionists to kind of promote this so-called Zionist agenda. Now, from the evidence I've seen, right, it's like, how can I say? It reminds me of when a crime goes on and they say, who did it? It was a black man. And then any black man they find, they grab him. You understand what I'm saying? The description is so vague, right? There might be a connection, but from what I've heard, the description is so vague. But besides that, the ideas of a colonizer, that the state of Israel is a colonizer, this is like a colonizer state. We don't disagree with that based on the evidence. But here's the rub. So is America. America is a colonizer state, right? So imagine the Candace Owens and the Tucker Carlsons and the others that are licking out against the state of Israel and are supporting the Palestinian side, right? To say that, well, actually, they have the right. Okay, the arguments, we understand them. Basically, there's something to their arguments there, right? However, the hypocrisy. See, the hypocrisy is, how can you be sitting in America, right, which also began as a colonizer state? Did not America begin as a colonizer state? What right did Britain have in giving the settlers and the pilgrims and the ones who were seeking to come to America as so-called refugees for religious freedom? Did you not know that many of the early Christian groups and early settlers of America that came over based on that English, that British charter, they were seeking to come over to America for religious freedom? Religious freedom. They were looking at their coming to America. The coming to America of those who settled America from Western Europe was in principle on the same principle that the so-called Ashkenazi, Khazarian, European Jews have utilized for the state of Israel. See, this is what they don't tell you. And you see, this is the reason why the so-called, state of Israel, the leaders out there in the state of Israel, the Netanyahus and the other, mostly the European, Khazarian, Jews, have the Americans and the British over a barrel. Well, mainly the Americans a little more so, but the British is all involved in this. Because look at that. The State of Israel, 1948, Balfour Declaration. You can look it up. A lot of people have talked about it, but try to look into it a little more objectively. Because there's a lot of rhetoric out there, but it's subjective. People are defending their position. Either it's the Zionists who are the European Zionists. I could say European Zionists because it's like they take a word and they try to own the word. And the word had a meaning before they took the word and twisted it up for their political or whatever their agenda is, right? So we have the Zionist European Jews. They would use that, and the Christians, the right-wing Christians, they would use that, their argument, for the Balfour Declaration in favor of what they're saying. And then ones, the Palestinians and others on the opposite side would use that opposite, but try to just get to see objectively what happened, the basic history of what happened. And you'll begin to see that Great Britain was involved in both of these, these worldwide schemes and conspiracies that have not only affected those specific places and peoples, but have affected everyone else, right? It's like a stone. You take a pebble, not even a stone, take a pebble and drop it into a pond, right? And you'll see that wave would ripple. And sometimes, depends on the size of the pond, it will ripple back and forth and overlapping ripples. And this is what politically, socially has been going on, right? More intensively to everybody on the earthly plane, especially over the past 400 years as the world has proverbially gotten smaller and tighter and more interconnected. So, the before the state of Israel was formed, there was the forming of what would become the United States of America. Was America, or is, we can actually say is, because it's still the same America, right? Was America a colonizer state? Not only was it a colonizer state, right, it became an enslaving state. And look at the hypocrisy. The hypocrisy is that those who broke away from merry old England, the children, right, of England, right? Let me say it in terms as we use it. So Babylon, England as a form of Babylon, and the daughter of Babylon, America, right? So the children of the British, they had a war of independence. Even His Majesty in the interview, the elect of God, Muhammad Haile Selassie, in the interview, he even says in a particular interview, he says, didn't you have to fight a civil war? And then he smiles. He says that even you Americans had to fight a civil war. Right? I saw the video the other day. It's an interview in His Majesty's office. You know what I mean? And he's asked a series of questions. And then all of a sudden he says to the interviewer, you know, when he's asking about Ethiopia and the future of Ethiopia and so forth and so on, he responded and said, well, didn't you, even you Americans had to fight, a civil war? And he smiles. You know what I mean? And the interview goes on to ask a different question. But I went over that again. I said, why did the elect of God, and our Godfather and King of Kings, why did he say that there? And then it reminded me that, yeah, America, they did fight a civil war. And during the Civil War, they talked about being free, right? In the taxation without representation, right? They talked about, right, being slaves, right? Even the British, they have this anthem or something. I forget the exact name of it, but one can look it up. They say about how Britain ruled the waves and how they won't be no slaves. I say, hold, pause on this, please pause on this. Britain has a anthem or whatever the song is called. It's like the anthem over there. And one of its verses is about ruling the waves. Britannia rule the waves, and how Britannia won't be no slaves. Pause. What the hell? How are they? And then the Americans who were sent over, not the Americans, see, I'm already giving them some rights that they did not even take just yet. And the pilgrims, the Christian zealots, these were religious fanatics. In other words, they were fanatics in comparison to other Catholic and non-Protestant Christians. The ones who came over to America, we could label them as being more zealous or even more fanatical, more zealous and jealous and fanatical in their views. Did you not know that those who came over to America, like Malcolm X said, right? We did not land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us. Yeah, I don't know if you recall that one right there. But even that points our mind to the very origin, the rock upon which America was built, right? That's the rock right there. You had people who are very zealous. And did you not know that Christians, many of them, not all, they were different groups, but many of the groups shared common denominators. They shared common so-called religious theological DNA. They shared a lot of, common denominators in their religious DNA, that they believe themselves to be the Israelites. Go look it up. The first ones that came to America from Europe, from England, with that charter. So England gave the people they were pushing out because they were so fanatical, right? They were pushing them out to America, you know what I'm saying, and the Caribbean. They gave those who came to America a charter. See, if you give a charter to somebody, that means that you have authority over it. I have a piece of land. It's a big land. It got a couple of structures on the land, right? And right now, if I say to you, I say, you know what? I'll give you a charter, or I'll give you a lease or a deed. Let me give you a deed. you know what I'm saying, to this land over there. So you can go over there and you can inhabit this part, these acres over here, the house, the property, that's yours for this amount of time, blah, 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 blah. Right. And you go over there, you show it to the people, whatever, and it has my seal on it. And the people say, yeah, okay, yeah, because they know my authority. They know that that's my land. But notice what the British did. The British gave this radical group of Christians, and I say that the what they call themselves, the pilgrims or whatever that came to America, the Europeans that came to America from the very beginning, the earliest formation of what has become the United States of America, they were religious zealots. They were zealots in comparison to the people that they had to leave, because they were being persecuted over there because they were so zealous over there and intolerant over there, right? That they said that the other people were intolerant, so they had to leave, and they came to America with a charter from Britain that said, so Britain made a claim over this new world, over this new real estate, thereby effectively ignoring the native people. Isn't this the same thing they say that the European Jews and the white Jews did in the Balfour Declaration, the same thing the United Nations did when they did what they did? Isn't this the same thing? Who had control over that land? It was the British. If you know history, the British beat the Ottoman Turks, right, over what they call the Holy Land. They beat the Ottoman Turks, and therefore that land was sort of like a protectorate, and it was under the British Crown. And then there was conversations, and there was a document that was written, right, where it was promised to the Jews, right? And therefore, when this document was found, it became additional pressure, right, that the Zionists, Theodore Herzl's crew and others could use, right, against the British as well as against the United Nations, right, to basically get this settlement there. But did you know that the European Jews, before they were looking for a settlement there, they were looking for it in Africa, in Wakanda? You remember Wakanda? Black Panthers, right? The Wakanda, or better pronounced as Uganda, right? Wakanda, Uganda. When you look at the ancient languages, those are two ways that the same or similar letters could be pronounced. Uganda, Wakanda. Wakanda, Wakanda, right? Wakanda, Wakanda. Yeah. So they were seeking to settle somewhere over there, right? Somewhere in Africa. Now think about it. Did Africa dodge a bullet? Right? For better or for worse. You know what I'm saying? That the same state of Israel, right? If it had gone through before the Balfour Declaration, the Rothschild and other pressures that they would have established, may have attempted this establishment of a state somewhere in Africa, right? But the point is that you have a similar power, Great Britain, right? And its daughter, America, with the state of Israel, right? From the very beginning. So when many of these pundits be talking about the support, whether by this present administration of the state of Israel and their leaders and what they are doing, you have to recall that this is not new. This is something that goes back to the very origins of America, where you had a religious group of people that called themselves Protestant or Reformed Christians, right? That had very strong views that was opposed to other Christian views, right? Could not live happily or peaceably in Europe, that was very majority in many areas Catholic, right? And they came to America, right, with the idea that they are the new Israel. I remember going through a lot of documentation, early documentation of the early groups, religious groups that came to establish America. And in many of their documents over 400 years, 400 to over 400 years ago, they were basically stating that we are the new Israelites and America is the new land of Canaan. What? America was the land of Canaan now. How did America become the land of Canaan? Because they called it. They said it. They said it so. How did a group of Protestant Christians become the new Israel or become the Israelites? So get this for a moment. Get this, if you can get this. So those who established America from the Plymouth Rock and that early, pilgrims and religious folks looking for freedom. See, the story they give us, the mythology, not the story, the mythology they give us is that the people came to America for freedom. Well, if you came to America for freedom, how did you have such slavery and inhumanity to other people because of color? You see, these people had their problems. They had some serious religious and psychological problems. So the same thing that we talk about the state of Israel today was the same thing that no doubt the Native Americans were, if they understood and based on their experience, was saying about the pilgrims of yesterday. So when the Europeans came to America, they came over here with a religious motivation, right? It wasn't called Zionism then. But when you look at what it was, where it justified itself from their theological interpretations or misinterpretations of the Bible, it's one and the same thing. That's an area that we'd like to document and go into more. Just for us, we can't change the past, we can't change the history that already was, but we can better and more objectively, right, understand it, right? You see, objectively. So in objectifying these things, we're not just talking about our own and our ancestors' experience, because when we get to those areas, we can then talk about that. But we just begin to look and say, wow, the hypocrisy is not based on the Trump administration today or based on the previous government, Democrat or Republican. Some say, oh, the Democrats, they're the ones. Oh, the Republicans. But all of them have to do so. Why do they have to do so? They have to do so because it's consistent with how the West was won. You ever heard that phrase? How the West was won? The old song and tune and rhetoric used to be the West was won by the Bible and the gun. I don't know if you ever heard that before. The West was won by the Bible and the gun. Right? And now think about the pilgrims and other ones coming to America. Right? We see them and we say, oh, look at them. They're so quaint, white people and others. There were black people there, but since they don't want to talk about the black people that came from England, we're not going to talk about the black people right now that came from England. We just are talking about their mythology, right? We're just talking about how we have learned, right, history, right? And we're talking about what's going on in the present history, even with the state of Israel and the Israel-Palestinian conflict and the Middle East and the rhetoric of the colonizer state. Yes, let's accept that it's a colonizer state. But so is America a colonizer state. So when the pundits say, why are we supporting Israel? Why is America, this country, is supposed to get out of that? And the Zionists should leave, right, Palestine. Okay, let's take up that argument. I'll go with you. The so-called Jews or others, they should leave Palestine because it's all about this colonization. Does America have the standing to say that? For real, does America have the standing to say that? Right? For real, does America have the standing to say that? And if America says that, cannot one say, well, okay, they have to leave these lands, right? Because they went over there and colonized it. Well, shouldn't those who came over to America and those who have benefited from those who originally came over to America leave American lands? All the lands of America, from sea to shining sea, from East Coast to West Coast, from Canada, right, all the way down to the Mexican border, right, to the Isles of the Caribbean, to Hawaii included, should leave all those places and go back to where your original ancestors came from. See, this is why, right? This is why America supports the state of Israel, because America and the state of Israel, right, both came from a common denominator, right? People, one could even say white people, right, reading the Bible, whether Old Testament, New Testament, or only the Old Testament, right, and interpreting themselves in the book, and then interpreting whoever was opposite from them as being the opposite of the people in the book that they have identified their new identity with, right? When the Americans came over, they were the new Israelites, right? Right? This is where we get the replacement theology. Elsewhere, you might find this as replacement theology. There's something they call replacement. Okay, what is replacement theology? Well, simply put, it's that the church, right? As you read the Bible, the New Testament, the church, right, replaces Israel. The church, right, of the Christian, some Jew, but many Gentiles, right, it becomes the new Israel, right? But see, this is the very same thing that was being done, right, with the founding of America, right? White European Christians that had nothing, they had no Israel relation, most of them, other than they saw it in the Bible and as a Christian and loving Jesus, you know what I mean? They said that we are the Israelites and the Native Americans were seen as Canaanites. Now, when you understand the Bible well enough, you know what I'm saying? And you understand this is their MO, the modus operandi that they was working with, everything else becomes obvious. All the brutality to the Native Americans become obvious. Let's look at the state of Israel. All the brutality to the other peoples also become obvious too, right? Because both of them, right, have seen themselves to be the people of the book, the people of the Bible, in one way or the other. For the Americans and the European Protestant Christians, it was through what became known as replacement theology. So they developed its theology, right? Replacement theology to justify the actions of their ancestors. Their ancestors came to America and seen themselves as the Israelites. The European Jews going to Palestine, the Levant, who do they see themselves as? They said, this land is our land. God gave this land to us, such and such. You see it in the Bible, right? But then we also read from other Jewish scholars that it was this Hittite, Ottoman, Turkish people. Think about what I'm saying here. The Hittites, right, this Ottoman Turkish people that basically had adopted and converted to this religion of Judaism, right, at a very definite point, a relative dispensation. I'm going to use that word dispensation in human history. And therefore, right, there's a great disconnection between them at their conversion and afterward and the original people of this Afro-Semitic, this African Semitic book, period. Right? Then let's look at the Americans. Right? These are European, English, and other Protestant Christians. Right? And if you notice something, that when America was first founded from the British perspective, it was mostly Protestant Christians that were welcomed. They did not really want other Christians who were not according to their own theological orientation, right? And when they came over here, by seeing themselves as the Israelites, it became easy in their own eyes and the eyes of others to justify their brutality, especially to themselves, against the native people, right? Based on their replacement theology. Because if they believe themselves, if the pilgrims believe themselves to be the new Israel, you get what I'm saying? If they believe themselves to be the new Israel, then that means the native people in this land must be the tribes of Canaan. And this is why America was even referred to as Canaan land, right? Canaan land, right? So we're going to back up off of that point right here for a moment because there's more details to it, but we wanted just to give it as basic as possible, right? So if the state of Israel is a colonized state based on Europeans, right, who are Jews, but according to other European scholarship, you know what I'm saying? And Candace Owens and others have brought out some very good historical information. There's this guy, Abraham or Alexander Pollock, right? He was a Russian Jew and he did this whole research. He's the one that originally, a lot of them will say, oh, what you're saying, Yadin, what you're saying, Ross, this is anti-Semitic. But like others have said, right? Well, we said this before others, but most people know because others who have popular social media influence have said it. But it's still true. Whoever said it is still true all the same. How could we be anti-Semitic, right? See, Semitic, the Hebrew language is Afro-Semitic, right? The Hebrew language, like the Amharic of Ethiopia, is Afro-Semitic. You know what I'm saying? It's like Hamido-Semitic. The only way we can be anti-Semitic in the sense of Afro-Semitic is if we refuse to identify those of our people and those who are of Black people, not all Black people, but many those who are just called Negroes and Black people as being Semitic people. So if we deny our own Semitic links as quote African and black people, I'm not saying all African people are from Shem according to the biblical and that interpretation of the narrative, but I'm saying many of them are. In fact, I'm gonna say something more right here. Part of what we have in Ethiopia along ethnic lines also derive from that Hamitic and Shemitic. Some of the Ethiopians have strongly Shemitic roots, and some of the Ethiopians have strongly Hamitic roots, and other Ethiopians, like the Israelites in the Bible, are a blend of Hamitic and Shemitic people. You see what I'm saying? See, this is the half of the story. If we listen to the racists, the same ones who lied to themselves to be the Israelites and came over to America to colonize America and to steal land, America is stolen land. And even though it's 400 years plus later, years later, doesn't make it justifiable, right? So what I'm saying is watch what you are asking for. And this is why this history, this time we live in is so very interesting, right? We can see God's judgment. You remember it says 400 years, they shall serve them 400 years. And also after that, that nation whom they shall serve, right, will I judge. And also after that, they shall come out with great substance. I can see it. You see, the 20, I'm not saying 2020, right, or 2019 is the absolute of the 400 years. But get this right here. It does fit the prophecy, right? It does fit the prophecy. Here's the part people have to understand. That says 400 years, right? They shall serve, right? Then it says, and also after that, that nation, right, whom they will serve, will I judge. So, of course, 2019, we had 2020, the pandemic, and here we're in 2025. We say beware, right, of 2029, 2030. Right? And yes, Ross Seymour, we're going to have to pick up on that. But the brother reminded me of that as well right there. Why? Because that will be 100 years, right, after 1929. See, 1929, right? Let me do this right here. I showed this brother this right here. Well, I told him about it, but I showed him by telling him about him, telling him about it. Hold on, I'm typing and trying to talk and type. I want to ask right now, when was the Vatican founded? When Vatican founded? I want to show you something. When the Vatican was founded, right? And let me see, they might have changed this because this is like social media. This is like, the Google. Oh, no. Beautiful, beautiful, right? So wonderful. This is so wonderful. It's wonderful. It's beautiful. Remember, we had black people up in Germany too. So we also spoke German. So feel no way about speaking these languages, right? You know what I'm saying? It's just ways of communicating. You see right here, the Vatican was founded February 11th, 1929. See, now this goes along with the whole dispensationalist view, right? See, the thing that's bad about the dispensational view is a dispensational view of Schofield and others in its common interpretation. It often leaves out black and brown people. And that's where dispensationalism is false. It leaves out significant civilizations and significant people groups that have significant authenticity in connection and relation with the biblical narrative, such as Ethiopia, just to put that there on the beamer. So here we have Vatican City, right, founded February 11th, 1929. Now, this is a very important area. We probably have to do a whole study and presentation on this. I don't know if any of the other brothers or sisters have looked into this, right? Because remember, in 1928, Rastafari was crowned as king, right? As Negus Tafari, right? In 1928, right? So sometimes when you see the pictures of Haile Selassie with the crown and with the robes on, right? There's one set of pictures, right? Which is the Negus Tafari picture. Me and the brothers hail up to Ras Kush, right? Kush Selassie, Black Redemption, right? Yes, I, Sound of Praise, right? because it's him that reminded me in the earlier days. He was like, yo, you know that the coronation picture, that one picture is Edamawi Haile Selassie, and the other picture is from 1928, and that's Negustafari. I remember us going through the documents we had back in the 90s. We didn't have social media. We had to look through, photocopies, books, other things, and we actually found documentation where it says this is Negustafari. And it was where Rastafari was crowned as King Tafari, and that was 1928. And then the next year in 1929, the stock market crashes. And that has been, and we also hold to that being a dark day. Some say that's the dark day of prophecy. We say that was a dark day. It might be the dark day, but we definitely say it was a dark day because, the love of money is the root of all kinds of evil. The love, not the use, but the love, not not the use, but the love, and therefore the abuse of money, right? Is the love of money is the root of all evil, right? So the stock market crashed back in 1929, but something else happened in 1929. I'm showing you this right here. What else happened? Vatican City was right founded. Now, my question up here, you see up here, my question was when. Let me show you this right here. You see the question right here? The question I asked was when Vatican founded. You see right there? When Vatican founded. Sometimes you have to keep short questions, right? If you give too much information, then even the AI will kind of respond to you very rhetorically according to the tone of your question. If you keep it basic, right, objective, you'll get an objective translation, objective compilation of information. But if you put a spin on it, the answer will be spun too. Just to let ones know how this AI work. Man versus the beast. You know what I'm saying? It says, let him who has wisdom, let him count, right? And number, you know what I mean? So to calculate, right? So here, notice here, let me show you the trick here. When Vatican founded, I asked when the Vatican was founded. If it was telling me the truth, the Vatican actually was founded when the Vatican comes into the equation, is roughly around the 5th century. The original Vatican hijacked the Catholic Church. The original Vatican, the Vaticanus, there was original a priesthood. Some would say, maybe say it was a cult, a priesthood, similar to the Nicolaitanes in Revelation. Nicolaitanes in the Revelation, there was a priest group, right, that basically hijacked the Catholic Church, roughly around the 5th or 6th century, right? That's when the original Vatican came about, right? They were called the Vaticanus. It was like a clique, a cult, a crew. In the Bible, if you want to see how John the Revelator already saw them, right, in the spiritual scope, you can look up the Nicolaitanes, right? So Vatican, spiritually, prophetically connected with the Nicolaitanes in Revelation. But that go back to like the 4th, 5th century. But then you see what answer they gave me? I asked about the Vatican. They're telling me about Vatican City. You see that right there? Right? I asked about the Vatican. Right? Like the other day, somebody said, oh, the person, they went to Paris. Paris? Oh, wow, they're in France. No, 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 no. Paris, Canada. Canada has a place called Paris. I was like, oh, wow, look at that. You see what I'm saying? You see what I mean right there? Or it could be Paris. I think there's other places that call Paris too. You know what I'm saying? I used to think that Brooklyn, only there was Brooklyn, New York. And then I started to hear other people talk about Brooklyn. I'm like, yeah, that's Brooklyn, New York. And they're like, no, no, no. And then I looked it up. There's a bunch of different Brooklyns. Like if I say, yo, he's in Birmingham, some people would think he's in Birmingham, Alabama. Other people might think he's in Birmingham, England. You know what I'm saying? So this is how the trick goes. So when I asked them when Vatican was founded, right? I know that it was founded in the early, around the mid, like 500, 600, somewhere about 500. I will ebb on 500. I got to look at that research again, right? But it was already founded then, right? But then there's Vatican City. So what we have here on February 11th, 1929, what is this? Have you ever heard about the deadly wound being healed? Have you ever heard that mentioned? It's in Revelation. You heard about the deadly wound being healed? Anybody heard about the deadly wound being healed? Did you know that there was an event that happened? And here's where, when we look at dispensationalism, right, and we interpret the other half of the story that has not been told, you know what I'm saying? As a result of three Lateran treaties signed on February 11th, 1929, the independent state of Vatican City was established. Now, some people connect this here with the deadly wound being healed, right? The deadly wound, right, being healed. Now, the treaties also granted the Holy See authority over 23 sites in Rome and 5 sites outside of Rome, including the Pontifical Palace at Castel Gandolfo. Castel Gandolfo, right? Now, here I want to show you this right here. Let me see if it comes up right here. This is not our main subject, but I think this is important because when we talk about Rastafari revelation, right? And why certain ones, both Ethiopian and in other nations, saw his majesty, right, as being related to certain outfolding on and of prophecy in the scripture. Okay, deadly wound. Let's go right here. Deadly wound, right? Deadly wound, right? Let's go right here. Wound, not wounds, but wound, right? Healed, and so that we can. Okay, let me see what comes up first. Let's see what comes up first. The deadly wound, right? In Revelation 13:3, right? Just show you this right here. Revelation 13:3. A beast is described as having a fatal wound that is healed, causing the world to marvel. This imagery is often interpreted as a symbolic representation of power, possibly the papacy. You see right here? You see right here? Right? Possibly the papacy. Here's what's so funny. The Protestant Christians that came to America, they one time viewed the Vatican, right, to be like either all or most of that Babylon in Revelation, that Babylon and that man of lawlessness, that man of sin in Revelation, right? It's kind of interesting because the Protestants have changed their theology. Remember I said when they first came to America, they came over here and their preachers and teachers, the colonizers, taught them that we are the new Israel, and then they developed this theology called replacement theology, that since there was no place on the map at that time 400 years ago that was called Israel, right, they basically identified themselves as a new Israel. Remember that in Europe they persecuted the Jews. They persecuted the black Jews and other Jews, right? First they persecuted the black and brown Jews, and yes, they also persecuted the white Jews. You see, if we were really looking at this properly, right, we would acknowledge that they persecuted the black and the brown Jews first, and then they persecuted white Jews later on. But you see their racism, their spiritual, it's like Satan got them, right? That they can only look at when they persecuted white Jews. They're gonna totally ignore the black and brown Jews. You see what I'm saying? But we can't be like them. We have to be better than them. It says, unless your righteousness exceed the Messiah, Robin, unless our righteousness exceed the scribes and Pharisees, we will in no wise enter into the kingdom. So firstly, they persecuted the black and the brown Jews, like the Inquisition, all of that period of time, right? And then later on, when they encountered white people from Eastern Europe that claimed to be Jews, they persecuted them too. Why did they persecute the black and the brown and later on the white Jews? Is because of their religious theological interpretations. To the Roman Catholic Christian and many European Christian interpretation of the Bible, the Jews killed Christ. They are Christ killers. And therefore, according to that Christian, Gentile Christian interpretation, they are the Antichrist. They must convert or die. And this is what history shows were done. Now you had Christians who broke away from the Roman Catholic Church, the Protestants, they looked at the Roman Catholic Church, many of them, to be like this mystery Babylon, and the Pope and the papacy to be the representative of this man of sin. Now, they get so radicalized and fanatical in their Christian interpretation that they begin to see themselves as the new Israel. And then they come to America, right? And they see the Native Americans as the Canaanites, and basically in their colonizer state origins, do what the same thing that we see has been done under Zionism, right? Euro Judaic centric, the Euro Judaic centric Zionism, what we see has going on today. So to those hypocritical Christians, to those Christian hypocrites, or just those that just don't put two and two together, right? Square it. Let's square it. Stand on the square. I'm not talking Masonically. I'm talking about right angles, right? I'm talking about proper building to build your argument correctly. If you're a white Christian like the Candace Owens or the Tucker Carlson, and you're saying, listen, they should not, America and ones like Ted Cruz and the rest of them, and these Christian evangelical evil angels, they should not be so much in the pocket of the Zionist lobby and supporting all these atrocities and supporting a colonizer state. I get you on that. I applaud you on that. But look at your hypocrisy, right? If we shoot them first, don't think America ain't gonna get shot second. Just to understand this, because there's no way in the world you can ignore that America. We say, God bless America. This is what those people who believe themselves to be. You see what I'm saying? And then we believe, it's like they believe a lie, and then we believe a lie. Then when somebody tell you the truth, it's offensive, right? So here, speaking of the deadly wound, some say it represents a representation of a power, possibly the papacy, experiencing a period of decline followed by a resurgence. Some interpretations connect this to historical events like the capture of Pope Pius VI, while others see it as a broader symbol of a religious and political entity regaining influence. Let me break this down for you, because just the other day, Brother Wesley, I don't know if you checked this out, but hail up to Brother Wesley Patois, right? Because he had asked, he said, what was the question about, isn't there one Antichrist? I think it was Ras Ariel. I think Joseph was on that as well, some of the other brothers, Jah one. But I just saw what he had said. He asked whether there was just one Antichrist. Now, a lot of people have been told this new interpretation. Everybody's talking about, is Trump the Antichrist? Is Netanyahu the Antichrist? Is this one the Antichrist? The Bible talks about Antichrist in the plural sense. The Bible overtly does not really focus on one Antichrist as just one solitary person, but it talks about a type of person. So if I meet a certain person and they deny that Christ has come in the flesh, according to the Bible, this is the deceiver. This is the Antichrist. In other words, within them is the spirit of the deceiver, and in them is the spirit of the Antichrist. But as far as there is just one guy is coming up, he's going to be like remember the Damien movie? The Damien movie messed people up. It jacked people up because the Damien movie, it touches on a couple of hodgepodge biblical verses, and then people see the movie and think that they understand everything about Revelation and the biblical prophetic fulfillment. Nothing could be further from the truth. The Damien movie was a way of distracting people from what the true prophecy, right, says. See, there's a lot of people who believe that everything is coming to pass nowadays, and they forget that things have been being revealed over the past 1900 to 2000 years. You know what I'm saying? In other words, when people read these areas, Revelation 13 and 3, they think that it's just something to come to pass. They ignore the possibility and the actuality of these things being already fulfilled. Now, imagine if some of these things were already fulfilled. but somebody is now deflecting you and saying, no, 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 this is going to happen. So even in this AI overview, right, it actually captures a lot of accurate information that if I was to sit here and tell you about it, I might take a little more time. But here they give us two powerful points, that there's the historical events like the capture of Pope Pius the sixth, and others who see it the modern view today. Like if you go on social media and YouTube, most popular Christians, right, and even some Israelites adopt some of this nonsense view, is that it's a religious or political entity, right, that regains influence. The influence is already happening in the world because the Vatican was founded, according to what we just showed you, February 11th, 1929. What else happened February 11th, 19? Well, what also happened in the year, Slika, in the year 1929? It was a stock market crash. What happened after the stock market crash? It was the Great Depression. What happened during the time of the Great Depression? Well, they inserted this whole tax code, the tax things, the income tax. You remember all that people tell you about? Oh, the income tax. We didn't have to pay income tax. While everybody was sleeping, they passed this law about income tax, and then it came into effect in the 1950s. But it was during the 1930s. There was the Great Depression that went on. You know what I'm saying? And how the Great Depression also changed the social dynamics of America, and how America was all connected with the world at that time. You know what I'm saying? Even the League of Nations was an idea that came out of America. You know what I'm saying right here? These are big events that people today, they forget. So when we talk about Mussolini invading Ethiopia, the so-called fascist invasion, it was not just the fascist invasion of Ethiopia, right? But it was a part of this beast prophecy of Revelation, right? Let me go on and just show you this right here. Let me look at images right here. There we go. Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. I got to say this while we go along, right? Because we're going to probably have to do a video after the fact where we can have a little more time. Because, yes, brother and sister, we're going to get into the psalm. We're going to get in at least briefly and into today's Torah reading and feeding. But look at this right here. You see what it says right here? Mussolini and Gaspari. This is 1929. So you and me and we can understand what the fascist invasion. See, people just think they were just Italy invading Ethiopia because they were just wanted to take territory. Yes, that was a part of it. But there was more to it that connects with biblical prophecy and the proper interpretation of dispensationalism. You see what's wrong with dispensationalism and a lot of Christian rhetoric and evangelical and other Protestant and other Christian, European and whitewashed Christian rhetoric? It always puts African and Black people to a minimalist. And therefore, they're missing the epicenter of what the word of the scripture is really talking about. They try to minimize our role and to minimize, right, what happens to us as Black people in the West, or happens to the Ethiopians or other Africans in the East and other Israelites in the East. They try to minimize that. And instead, they will take the word of converts, right, around the 9th to 10th century converts. Why? Because they identifying with color, right? They're identifying with skin, because they are fleshy, because they are carnal Christians, what the Bible was telling us about from the very beginning, right? So the Roman question tonight was a thing of the past. You see what it says right here? Mussolini, let me make it a little larger right here. Mussolini and Gaspari, they signed historic Roman pact. Hold up for a moment. I thought it's Italy, right? The nation is Italy. What are they talking about Roman? Roman is some biblical thing, right? The Romans, the Greeks and the Romans and the Roman Empire. You see what I'm saying? That's what it's all about. You see, Italy and Italian, that's the modern nation state, whatever. But the real thing that they rep and that Mussolini was repping was Rome. Now remember that the ancient prophecy said that the Antichrist would come from the people who killed Christ. But who really killed, who was the executioner of Christ? Was it the Jews? It was the Jewish leadership, according to the Bible, that wanted him dead. But notice, they had no power. They had no power to do it. They had to get permission to do it. Right? You remember when they came to Pontius Pilate and they talked about the reason why we want to get him killed is because he violated the Sabbath. You remember what the Roman said? Right? Pontius Pilate says, "Am I a Jew?" He said, "Get that out my face." So they had to switch up the charge. They had to switch up the charge against Yeshua and say, oh, it's not that, not that. It's the fact that he called himself a king. Notice that when they said that Yeshua called himself a king, that Jesus called himself a king, which he did not. He did not. Right? That's why you got to watch it when you say that Jesus is king. To say Jesus is Lord, that's biblical. To say Jesus is king, that's your fleshy mind. Remember that the charge of being king was what they used to kill Yeshua. What the anti-Yeshua as Messiah Jews. It was the Jews that did not refuse to accept that Yeshua is that Messiah. Because there was already an idea among the Jews of Messiah, right? And when Yeshua came along, they chose to deny that Yeshua is Messiah. The disciples and the apostles said, he is the Messiah. And this is where we have the Gospels. The Gospels is taking a lot of the biblical and Hebrew, right, and Judaic points that were already taught and showing that he is, like the Ethiopian eunuch. He's reading Isaiah, right? And boom, that becomes the most important fundamental verse in the Bible to explain that Yeshua and his crucifixion, how it worked out salvation and so forth and so on, how he's like a lamb to the slaughter. It was the black Jew. It was the black Jew. It was the black Yehudi of Ethiopia, right, that was reading that. Think about this. There must have been a lot of different people who went to Jerusalem to worship. Why does Acts of the Apostles zoom in on him? It zooms in on him not just because he came from Ethiopia, but his testimony testifies to a very important scriptural proof text that those Jews who accepted Yeshua as Messiah. See, we get this idea that all of the Jews or the Judahites rejected him. No, it was the religious authority by and large, like the religious leaders. It was like the mega church leaders of the Jews. You know what I mean? Like the mega churches of the black people, they reject Ethiopia and the other significant evidences as being very, very relevant to the biblical narrative. They take Ethiopia as a footnote. I mean, what T.D. Jakes said a couple things about Ethiopia, but he minimizes it, right? Like all the other black Christian preachers. However, in the 1920s, the 1910s, in the 1930s, there were other black preachers, right, who studied history and they saw a more of a significance of Ethiopia, both in its general blackdom, right, but then also in the sense of, look, the ancient Jewish people and people who have religious practices that are older than the popular Judaism of European Jews. You see, and we have to touch on these so-called ethnic or racial points, right? Not in animus against other people because they happen to be different than other people, but to show, right, exactly the half of the story that has not been told. So I'm showing you this right here. Let me show you this right here. You see what it says right here? The Roman question, let me see if I can zoom in. The Roman question typo, really tonight, was a thing of the past. And the Vatican was at peace with Italy. Pause. You hear what it says? The Vatican, which is the hijacked Roman Catholic establishment, now was at peace with Italy. See, if you don't understand what is going on right here, you won't fully understand, right, what the invasion of Ethiopia was all about. See, mostly when they saw the invasion of Ethiopia, they don't know what they're talking about because most time they never mention this. They never connect. What in the world is Mussolini doing and Gaspari signing this a treaty, this pact with the Roman Catholic Church? Did you know that after this, in 1929, the Roman Catholic Church, or the Vatican, rather, my pause. They're the ones who are the church is one thing and the Vatican is something else. The Vatican is that structure that rules over the church and dictates to them what's what, right? Just for ones to understand. People confuse these two right here. But the Vatican City became the smallest nation state in the world. Let me say this another way. The Pope, right, and the papacy, and the Pope as a figurehead is the head of the Roman Catholic, and he claims being head of all Christian, right? But he's directly the head of the Roman Catholic Church, right? But after 1929, what this whole Roman Pact was about, the Roman Catholic, the Vatican becomes the smallest nation. The Vatican is not, the Pope is not just a bishop. He is in the position of a king. Let me say this once again. After 1929, remember I said to you that in 1928, Rastafari was crowned Negustafari. In 1929, the stock market crashed. But also in 1929, Mussolini and Gaspari signed a historic Roman pact. And because of that, the Roman, we say church run by the Vatican became the smallest nation state. That means that the Pope is not just a religious leader, he is the head of state. In effect, he is a king. Are you seeing what's going on? Right? Rastafari, King Tafari, stock market crash, right? Pope now becomes, right? The Pope now becomes, right? He becomes king or leader of a nation state. I'm going to go more into this as well because we're going to show an interpretation of the 3.5 years prophetically as that 1,260, right? 60, some say years, right? Some interpret that as days, but how that has to do with this. The Roman question tonight was a thing of the past, and the Vatican was at peace with Italy. So most of us didn't even know that the Vatican, at some time, the Vatican was not at peace with Italy. You see what I'm saying? We think that the Vatican and Italy is in Rome is Italy and Vatican is Italy and Pope is in Rome and all of it's the same thing. Put it in one big gumbo pot and stir it around like hallelujah, and it's the same thing. And we don't recognize that what it's saying here that the Vatican at this time was at peace with Italy because there was a breach. Remember the deadly wound, as the Bible talks about. In affixing the autographs are the signatures, what they used to call the signatures, the autographs to the memorable document, healing the wound. This is how they described it because they know what biblical judgment they were under. They understand the word. They may not teach it, they may not preach it, but they understand it. Right? Extreme cordiality was displayed on both sides. You see, they understood the word so much that they knew that once the Roman question was a thing of the past and Vatican was at peace with Italy, we have to take Ethiopia. We have to take down those Jews and those Christians, that Judeo-Christian. We have to take that down. The Roman Empire cannot rise unless Ethiopia falls. People don't understand how serious or how dread it is. They take it like it's play. Like the play thing. Oh, Haile Selassie just claim. No, just claiming. It's what it is. It's what you wasn't taught because your masters didn't want you to know it. And now that you get to know it, you say, well, master told me. That's all eyes want to know, right? This is from the San Francisco Chronicle, February 11th, 1929. Right, let me zoom in on this right here so you can see right there. You see San Francisco Chronicle, February 11th, 1929. Doesn't that match what we just showed you before? We said, when was the Vatican founded? They're not going to tell us about the original Vatican. They're telling us about this new thing. This is the new thing, right? Part of the New World Order. People don't understand how deep this rabbit hole goes, right? That's why they had to invade. Right now, here's what they say in this news article, which is yeah, they say Vatican and Italy signed pact recreating a papal state. Wait. Hold on for a moment. So we have 1929, the papal state, right? We have 1948, right, the Jewish state, right. We had back in 1776 these here United States. Are we seeing a common denominator? That's why the Bible says we will be living in the time of the nation states. States. I know it's kind of silly in that Tucker Carlson thing and Cruz. They were talking about Israel, the state of Israel, and they were talking about a nation. They say it's not a nation, it's a state. See, that's foolish because the political term is nation states, right? So they are called nation states. And biblically speaking, that's what we know as the times of the Gentiles, the times of the nation states, right? That's why as Matthew said that there's no kingdom or like state government that is higher than any other, with the exception of the kingdom of the Lord, right? That was like kind of a response to that kind of rhetoric, generally speaking. 60 years of enmity ended, but it goes deeper than 60 years, right? It goes back 1,200, some people say, and 60 years, right? They're just talking about the last 60 years, right? They say crowd throngs cheer in streets. They acclaim Gaspari and Mussolini. See, Mussolini, for many of us, when we study history, is like Mussolini just pop up. He looked like a pop up. He looked like a clown, right? Yeah, he does act like a clown, and no doubt he was a clown, but he was a clown, right? He was like the court gesture, the court gesture. Just for the court gesture plays a very important role. You know, sometimes you could tell a lot of truths being a comedian that if you said seriously, somebody will want to kill you. So as a comedian, I mean, isn't this the case with Cat Williams? You see what I mean? Know what I mean? You know, you can say some things as a joke and people laugh, right? But it goes in deeper. And they say, oh, it was just a joke. Oh, it was just a joke, right? The signers of 3 agreements. You see that right there? Of 3 agreements. He says he asks as little as possible, dealing with a son, and ignores criticism. Rejoicing is widespread. Look at this. Chamberlain. You remember Chamberlain? Chamberlain is the one who was trying to appease, right? Appease Nazi Germany. And they made the bad move in not supporting Ethiopia, right? And turned their backs on Ethiopia, right? And also on others in Europe that led even more and more to the war, right? You know, to the Second World War. Chamberlain voices England's congratulations, and other nations mark event. Look at this. Other nations. What do we call nations in the Bible? The Gentiles. What that tell you the times are called? What time is it? It's the times of the Gentiles' time, the times of the nation states. So look at this. Isn't this interesting? We get the United States. The what? The United States. So that means that many states, and all these states are united. You know, America is like Africa in a sense, with one difference. Africa, right, has not been able to integrate all of those nations and nation states as one effectively. We get the beginning, that glimmer of hope in the OAU. And that now we have the AU, and we have to put a big question mark. Which way do they go? Which way do they go? Which way will they go? Which way will they go? We don't know, right? We get hope in what His Majesty and Nkrumah and others did with the OAU. But look how America and the Western Gentiles were successful in this. Every state in America is like a nation. You could take any state in America and compare its GNP and its productivity, right? Even its military force, including the National Guard of that state, and you can pit it against a lot of other nations, and most of the states will outshine any state in the United States, because America is almost like 50 something nations as one. Think about it for a moment. You see what I'm saying? That's why when the idea United States of Africa, I first heard that it was Dr. Malako Emmanuel Bayan, whom Haile Selassie sent as his special emissary to Black America and to the Black and brown people in the Americas and the Caribbean, right? Others say that it was Marcus Garvey. Others say that it was Kwame Nkrumah. Others say this and others say that. Based on the evidence that I know, one of the first ones to say it was Dr. Malaku Emmanuel Bayan, right? I think it's also in the Voice of Ethiopia, if I'm correct. I'll find out more and I'll bring some evidence if I have that evidence, right? But be it as it may, and they reflect on that because anybody can see, especially ones like Malako coming from Africa, Ethiopian Africa, and others like Garvey, and even others like Nkrumah, and say he also studied in America as well, and seeing that, wow, look at this place, America. They have 50, every different state is like going to a different country because in Africa, many Africans, many times, get to go to other countries, you know what I mean? Other states, but America has this federal government and this system that manages to kind of weave it all together. While the states can still have autonomy, they still all come together and move together as one, right? But be that as it may, we have the papal state, right here, right? So look what it says here. This is a wireless. Look at that. We had wireless back in the days. This article by Arnaldo Cortesi. Wireless. Wireless. Ain't nothing new under the sun, right? Ain't no half stepping. Ain't nothing new under the sun. Wireless to the New York Times. So they had wireless back then. Ain't nothing new. Rome, right? February 11th. Look what it says. The Pope is again. The Pope. Remember, Pope basically makes him, according to the true interpretation, right? And the ancient, he was the bishop. The Pope's title was the Bishop of Rome, like the bishop of a church. Like the bishop of this city, the bishop of that city, right? But the Pope is again an independent sovereign ruler. In other words, the Pope is again king. This is why Italy, right, invaded Ethiopia, right? And its target was submission or execution of the Ethiopian, the Lion of the tribe of Judah sovereign. You remember back in that movie, The Highlander? What they say in The Highlander? Why did they try to cut off heads in The Highlander? Because there can only be one. There can only be one, right? See, I'm just giving you the half of the story that hasn't really been put together. Some people know it. They'll speak it like separate. Like they'll talk about this, but they won't connect it to that. But when we look at the time period and like in a time machine sense, go back there and say, wait, this is 1929, right? And if this is 1929, right, the stock market crashed then. 1930 is the next year. What happens in 1930? There's a coronation. 72 nations send their delegations. And you know what the coronation service in Ethiopia basically was effectively saying? It was saying that this is the king according to the Bible you believe, right? And according to, the faith of Christ, that all of y'all should bend the knee to, because this is linked to that. In other words, this is the Lion of the tribe of Judah. And among those Ethiopians is the strongest biblical connection, right, to ancient Israel, right? The historical, biblical, actual, factual. I am not saying all Ethiopians, right, are of this particular seed of people, but I'm saying that among the Ethiopians are this particular seed of people, because Ethiopia has up to 80 different ethnic groups. Some are more Hamitic, right? Some are more Semitic, and some are even Afro-Semitic. Some people are even a combination of the two, like the Israelites were. You remember the tribe of Ephraim? You remember the tribe of Manasseh? Some people call them half tribes because their mother, right, Asenat, she is said to be an Egyptian, a Hamite, and their father was a Shemite, right? Joseph. But the question is, were they not Israelites? So what I'm trying to say is that a lot of these ideas that try to divide and conquer, if you look at the biblical narrative, it wasn't there. If you look at the ancient historical narrative, it wasn't there. And it seems as though a lot of these diversive narratives was put out to defend a whitewash misinterpretation of Christianity and theological rhetoric. But as a consequence, you have to remember that what we're showing you here on the screen is what led to, as the next logical step, the invasion of Ethiopia. You see what I'm saying? As he was throughout the Middle Ages. Pause. The Middle Ages is when? Right? The Middle Ages is going back to, in some interpretation, right? You know, the like 1100, 1100, 1200, 1300, 1400, 1500. They're probably talking about 13, 14, and 1500. But even before that, right? Even before that. So I just want to make this link right here. Though his temporal realm established today is the most microscopic independent state in the world. So look at this. We have the Americans, not well, apologies, Sleeka. They called Americans today. But at that time, they were the pilgrims. They were religious fanatics that believed themselves to be Israelites, and they was coming to America that they call Canaan land, right? Now, think about this for a moment. They established a whole country based on religious interpretation, based on religious groups. See, a lot of people today will be like, well, the Jews, they're trying to claim that they are the Jews of the Bible, the religious thing. Okay, yeah, that's true. Yeah, the facts that they might not be all that they claim, that's also true. But to say that we as Americans need not to be connected with that, what you mean connected with that? Y'all did the same thing. Not y'all, but the ancestors, the founding fathers did the very same thing. Were they not a bunch of religious zealots? They were zealots. They said they came here for freedom. That's the mythology. The actuality is that the people in Europe kicked them out because they didn't just want to worship God and, have a good life and have a good afterlife when they reached there. No, no, no. They were like, it's either this way or the highway. And we're willing to fight and kill to make you believe what we believe or to leave this earth, because they were under this illusion that the church is a new Israel. And instead of doing what was commanded to the church, they started to act like, basically, the Americans who came to America under the religious philosophy ideas, they were basically Zionists in another view. And I'm saying this not to excuse, right, the European Khazarian state of Israel today. I'm saying this to expose to you too this hypocrisy that ones who we agree with on some things, Candace Owens and the Tucker Carlsons on some of the issues, some of the things, not everything, but some of the things that he mentioned. This is the hypocrisy that they're avoiding. Like, for example, Candace Owens said that, well, on the immigration issue, she's not with Trump on this as a conservative, but on the immigration issue, she's all there because you can't come to America and violate its laws. So when the pilgrims and other religious groups came to America, were they observing the native people's laws? No. They were operating, check this out, they were operating under a British charter. But the question is this: how did Britain have any right over the Americas? How did they have any right? What were the rights of the native people who lived over here? Did anybody care about that? Does anybody care about that? But now everybody cares about the so-called Palestinians. Now, of course, Mark Lamont, I want to get into some of his points too. I don't know if you know about Mark Lamont. He used to be down with Dr. York, and down with CNN until he spoke out against, the state of Israel and pro-Palestinian. He was talking about how Umar Johnson, was basically saying that prayers for safety and everything to the African Israelites of Dimona. And then a lot of people who claim to be pro-Black or pro-African, they were upset, right, about him. And when he says prayers and blessing to the African Israelites of Dimona, that is not including, right, that's not including the Beta Israel. It seems like there's a lot of hate from the Beta Israel, right? Again, hate to the Beta Israel. This is interesting. We're going to have to re-explore that. I'm saying the Beta Israel of Ethiopia, because Beta Israel is just the Ethiopic way of saying Bayit Yisrael, or house of Israel. And the Beta Israel is not all of the house of Israel. It's just a remnant of the house of Israel that did not come under colonization of white supremacy, so called, of the Europeans, but were in a land that was independent, right, of the direct rule and influence of the European Christians and the later day, colonists, Ethiopia not being colonized and all that. You know what I'm saying? And it was a nation that basically operated similar to the way the Europeans operated, and they operated as sovereigns. You know what I'm saying? The Battle of Ottawa, right? They won that. The fascist invasion, right? They got pushed back, right? 5 years to the very day, they won that right there. So here it speaks about the microscopic independent state in the world, right? And probably the smallest in all history. That is until 1948, right? So now understand this timeline here. We have 1929, right? 1929, Vatican City. We have 1929, the Pope, as it says right here. The Pope is again an independent sovereign ruler, as he was throughout the Middle Ages, right? As he was throughout the Middle Ages. So when was the Middle Ages? Hold on for a moment. When, let's ask when, not when Vatican founded, right? Take that off. But let's put was, because I'm very, asking questions to AI. You have to try to keep them as general as possible. You know what I mean? Because it tries to answer you according to, yeah, the objectivity or subjectivity of your question. Yeah, it says the Middle Ages, also known as the medieval period, generally span from the 5th to the 15th century CE. So remember I said that the deadly wound of the beast, many interpreting the 3.5 days formula found in Revelation and Hebrew scriptures, interpreted to 1,260 days, right? So you have to put that time period within the 5th to the 15th century. This period is considered to be between the end of the Roman Empire, because after the Roman Empire ended around the 5th century was the rise of the Roman Catholic Church. You know what I'm saying? That became so after Roman Empire effectively no longer was an empire, they was not ruling as they did through the overt sword. They could then rule through religion. This is where the Holy Roman Empire. You've heard that phrase. So after the Roman Empire so-called ended, it didn't really end in the sense of somebody defeated it. It went through a metamorphosis. It morphed. It morphed from the Roman Empire to the Holy Roman Empire. And you know who was at the top of that? The Vaticanus. The Vaticanus was a priesthood that had hijacked the Catholic Church. That's why the original Vatican goes all the way back to the 5th century. But if you look up, like we did, when Vatican was founded, they tell us February 11th, 1929. And then when you ask for what happened February 11th, 1929, right, they tell us this right here, right? They tell us this right here. Let's go back. Okay, hold on for a moment. There's a lot on this. I'm not gonna go into the details here, but I'm pointing it out that other scholars and other ones can. Oh wow, that's not too clear there, right? But this is the Lateran Pact of 1929. If you can see the picture clearly, you see Mussolini signing documentation. That's why Mussolini being sent into Ethiopia is a really big thing. Here we go. Here's a picture. Here's a picture right here so you can see it for yourself. Look at that right there. You see Mussolini? You can't miss him. Mussolini, Gaspari, they're signing this thing. That's why it was so important that if Rome was ever to rise, because read the fascists and Mussolini's rhetoric. This time we have our state, our Pope has come back home. Our Pope, our daddy, he's running the state. But there's these Ethiopians who claim to have this Jewish, Judaic connection, and they claim to have this Christian connection, right? And they have a ruler and they have consistent kings that identify themselves as being Israelites and or related to the Israelites of the biblical time. We got to take, and they say they got the Ark of the Covenant too. We got to take them off of the page. This is why Raiders of the Lost Ark is a slick AF movie. Raiders of the Lost Ark is a slick AF movie, right? Why? Because Raiders of the Lost Ark says that the Ark is in Egypt and that the Nazis were looking for it. Remember, the movie was made by Steven Spielberg, so go figure, right? But the actuality of the fact is, right, that they invaded Ethiopia further south, further down the Nile, at the headwaters of the Nile, right? Ethiopia and the Ark. So, in the reality of the history, it was the fascists of Italy that went in looking for the Ark, other artifacts. You know, relics are very important to the Catholics and Christians. Back in them days, they love them some relics, whether it was a real relic or wasn't, right? The Ethiopians have the Ark of the Covenant. The Ethiopian ruler claims to be of the tribe of Judah, and there are a consistent history of hundreds of rulers, and their history point, they even got the black Jews there who have a temple form, not a rabbinical form of Judaism that rose up after the temple time, 70 AD, but have a right, rabbinical form, right, in the form that it is today, right? They have a temple form, you know what I mean, of worship and the way that they engage the Judaic faith, which testifies that whenever either they became Jews or actually being of the house of Israel, means that it is far older than the conversion of Khazarians and Ashkenazis, you know, sometime around the 700 something, 750 something. I forget the exact date right now, but around 700 something AD. And how do I know this? Not from anti-Semitics, but from European Jewish, a Russian Jew scholar, namely Alexander Polak, and other scholars who they gave great rewards to. They say, you have discovered it. We are actually Hittite, Ottoman, Turkish, Eastern European people. But now we have adopted this identity as Jew, just like the Americans adapted the identity as Israelites when they was coming to this new world. This was a new world. This was a new land. So America was founded largely by religious fanatics that was seeing themselves as Israel. Hear what I'm saying? And therefore was seeing the Native Americans as Canaanites. Is this any different than the critique of Zionism today? I remember I had read, this is a while ago, I wish I could find this, where somebody was trying to tell the European Jews in the state of Israel that, oh, you're so wrong. And the Ashkenazi European Jews responded and said, y'all are hypocrites because look at America, and told them about themselves. And you know what? They shut down the whole argument. Right? In other words, if you're going to expose us, well, we're going to have to expose you. But the point here is not to say this one is better than that one. Both of them are the same. Are you following where I'm coming from? Both of them are the same. Now, what Mussolini is doing here in this picture is the setup, right? This is 1929. What happens in 1930? So let's look at these years. 1928, the man that's known for over a decade as the Rastafari, known in Ethiopia. The Rastafari movement did not start in Jamaica, right? A Rasta movement started in Jamaica, we could say. But the Rastafari movement actually started in Ethiopia, not in the form that we see it today. Do you know that the first Rastafari, they were not locksmen? They did not wear dreadlocks. They did not have beards, right? Right? They did not smoke marijuana as a practice, right? Connected with an interpretation, of theology or of practice in a spiritual, you say, sense. They were basically regular black people. They look like regular black people, right? The men, them, they most of them did not have beards, right? They did not have dreadlocks, right? They did not wear red, gold, green, everything. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? They basically wore suits and jackets and ties, right? So that's the original Rastafari movement. It's like a lot of Rastas today who are into a hierarchy. I don't think you heard me. I didn't say hierarchy. I said they're into a hierarchy. You know what? A hierarchy, right? Oh, I got long hair, so I've been tried a long time, so I must be an elder. No, you are older, right? The tree is judged by its fruit. Let's see what the fruit is. Let's see where the fruit of eldership, right? So I wanted to point that out, that we have 1928. Rastafari now is crowned as Negustafari. But because he is so well known, right, both in Ethiopia, in Africa, in Europe, in America, in the Caribbean, and other places in the world, among certain communities of black and brown and other peoples and everything, that even though he's crowned Negus Tafari, he is so well known as Rastafari because all the works and what he did as Rastafari, that they even say Negus Rastafari. You know what I mean? So it's like that's not the proper title, but because of his notoriety, both in Ethiopia, the first ones that were seeing something divine and biblical and prophetic about the man Ras Tafari was not the Jamaicans, was not ones in America like James Morris Webb, one of the first proclaimers, was not the Ras Tafarites out of Chicago or elsewhere in America before there was anything going on like that in Jamaica. It was actually people in Ethiopia. It was actually people of the church. It was actually people who were clergy and debtors and songwriters and other people, right, who were not Rastafarians. I want to point that out because people have these crazy misconceptions, right? And as long as you believe the crazy misconception, you're not going to be able to accept the truth, right? So did I already save this picture here? Right? Okay, I just saved it now. We just want to save that picture. So this is what's in the background. So without much more ado, right, try to study this subject matter right here. The Lateran Treaty, right, 1929. The politics of 1929. Because remember, we have 1929. So what was I saying? 1930, over here, show you some pictures. So look at Mussolini. Mussolini is like a schoolboy. That's why the Pope guy called him son. His son. You know what I mean? Here they're signing these agreements. But part of the inner agreement means that Ethiopia must be captured. Notice that everywhere the papacy has gone, right, it has taken over. Ethiopia they were not successful in doing that with Ethiopia. But let me say this. I wanted to say this on the record. But after the godless and creeping coup, the rebellion against Haile Selassie, I think they are going to be more successful. Not ultimately successful, but more success. They already are showing more success in this time, right? There's already the third invasion of Ethiopia has already happened, but it's not one with bombs and guns. It's like a heart and mind campaign, if you can get it right here, right? So when you see these pictures of the Pope blessing bombs, you see the connection, right? Mussolini was part of that negotiation, right, to restore power, right, to the papacy, right? Hold on for a moment. I want to see. I want to get one other thing here. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Let's go back one more page. It's something I talk about the deadly wound, the deadly wound, the deadly wound. Okay, sometimes they try to divide up this information. The deadly wound, right? The deadly wound continues to heal. Okay, here we go. Perfect right here. But this is not too clear. Okay, this is not a very clear picture, right? But we'll grab it anyway so we can go search it out. I'm looking for deadly wound, right? Deadly wound, right? Right. Okay, here we go. You see right here? This is good. It's kind of an old article, but they have some better ones out there. You see the heal wound of many years. There's other articles that basically say, even from that time in 1929, it's like, wow, this amazing thing, this biblical prophecy that a lot of churches and religious folk have been talking about. We see it. Look at this. Mussolini and Gaspari, they signed this Roman pact. The Pope is again not just a bishop of Rome, but now he is a king of state, right? And then a couple of years after that, we'll get 1948. All right, so we have to understand what these things really signify in biblical prophecy. Here we go right here. Here we go right here. Here we go again. Let me see if we can get this one. Look at this right here. Mortal wound healed. Right? Rome, June 7th. From 11 o'clock this morning, there was another sovereign. There was what? Another sovereign independent state in the world. At that time, Premier Mussolini exchanged with Cardinal Gaspari, the papal secretary of state, representing Pope Pius XI, ratifications of the treaties signed at the Lateran Palace on February 11th. By that simple act, just signing some paper. You see how it is when you're in power, when you have real power, you can sign papers and it means something. Nowadays, we could put our signature on anything. It might not mean nothing unless it's on their paper and they say it means something. Just something to think about, right? By that simple act, the sovereign independent state of Vatican City came into existence. So the Vatican has existed since the 5th century, right? The Vatican has existed, but the Vatican City, right, as an entity is a new political creation, February 11th, 1929. Now notice later on that same year, right? Later on that same year, we will have the stock market crash. Do you think that that was just a coincidence? You know what I'm saying? It's like right now, if my people say, yo, Ross, you're king. If you declare me king and I want to act like I'm king, there's two key things I need. I would need an army, a loyal army, and I would need money. That's the first thing. And I would need territory. Three things. Let's put it as three things. I would need territory. To hold the territory, I would need an army. To be a Ras, you really have to have an army behind you. It's not like we use Ras today. A Ras would have soldiers behind them. Some have more, some have less, but you have soldiers, right? It's like a prince. You have soldiers. I'm talking about real world, not gang, gang bang, but it's a little like that, but a little more progressive. It means something more to the people than the gang, bang, bang. You know what I'm saying? And the next thing I would need is money. So we propose that the stock market crash, right? The stock market crash back in 1929. So in the early part of the year, the Pope became king. In the later part of the year, the stock market crash. Well, sometimes you have to engineer, they would have to engineer things, right? Here it says the Pope becomes ruler of a state again. It's kind of grainy there, but the Pope becomes ruler of a state again, right? He becomes ruler. Notice the key word is again, So when was the last time that the Pope was a ruler? Okay, I'm looking around here with y'all. You'll see me just looking around and saving a couple of quick things right here. I want to just share one more thing with you. I know this has kind of focused on this because this is important. Ain't nothing new under the sun, right? Who is the little horn? You see what it says right here? Who is the little horn? And it seems as though they're connecting the little horn, right, with the Pope and with Mussolini. You see that connection, right? So if this is the little horn connected with the Pope and Mussolini, then who will be representing God? In other words, since these guys, the little horn and all that is representing the devil or Satan, however, which one? Hebrew, Satan, the Bible, Greek, Diablos, devil, right? So who will be representing God? Right? Who will be so just from understanding that those people back at this time who were seeing the news like this and putting it together, no doubt saw when they saw Haile Selassie, the coronation. And then 5 years later, we have the fascist invasion. Notice they keep calling it the fascist, the fascist. The fascism was a political party, a political theology, a political idea. Remember in the other thing I just showed you, it said that the Roman what? Right? It said that the Roman what? It said the Roman pack. We're talking about Rome. We're talking about ancient biblical times. And like I said before, there was a thing that was said to be, it said that the Antichrist, right, would come from the people who killed Christ. Here's my question to you. Who killed Christ? Was it the Jews? I'm not talking about these guys today, because if they converted to it, in the 700s sometime, then they could not have been the Jews in the biblical time. You hear what I'm saying, right? I mean, the two can't be true. If they converted 700 and something, right, AD, hail up to Shlomo Sands, the making of the Jewish people, right? That book is a good book, and also to Zion Lex for recommending that book. We got it, and it's valuable in that sense, right? So who killed Christ? Was it the Jews or was it the Romans? I'm gonna leave that on the beamer because I know I've been pushing on this one here. I'm trying to see if I find this other one, because sometimes you have to specifically search some things, because now they know that we're up to them. Now they know that we're wise to certain things. So now because of algorithms, they can hide things. It's still out there on the internet, but if you search it this way, you won't find it. You'll find this. But if you search it that way, you'll find it. Right? So let me show this right here. Okay, it's not under this. Okay, the deadly wound healed. Deadly wound healed. It was on this one newspaper. There was one newspaper article, right? But I think let's bring up the Bible here for a moment, right? So we can put it in biblical context. So we see that this prophecy concerning the deadly wound of the beast was something that already not just has happened, but already has been testified into scripture, right? And also into reality, right? What we see going on now that is along with that is not a new thing happen. It's just a continual process of the original process that was started back in 29. And I saw one of the heads, as it were, wounded to death. This was the papacy, right? This was the papacy, right? That was wounded to death. Hold on for a moment. Let me see something. Give me one moment. I know I'm away from the phone. I mean, away from the mic right there, and my voice cannot be heard as clear. Give me one moment. It's like it's in the background a little bit. I'm trying to find. I want to just share a little bit more. I don't want to just hold off the top of, top of the head. Although I can and be generally accurate, I want to be fully right and accurate. When bringing this forward right here to you all, because it's a very important half of the story. So if you go on the internet, they be talking about, oh, Trump is the one, and this is going to happen next Friday, and that's going to happen, all this garbage, it's nonsense. And in all their biblical breakdown, they will dismiss these real things that happen, that allow to shape the world politics of today. So today would not be except for yesterday. Some things happened yesterday, right? So we're not saying that biblical prophecies are not still unfolding. We're saying that a lot of this stuff is basically Roman is Vatican. The Vatican is slick. The Vatican actually has its Jesuits out there that pretend to be these other kind of Christians, and they're the ones who are throwing this other stuff to deflect you from what has already been revealed, right? Because you see this and you recognize that, then Mussolini, the Rome, Vatican state, that's part of the prophecy. Them invading Ethiopia, that was part of the prophecy. Then when you look at this old pope, new pope, next pope, whatever pope, you'll be able to see a continuation. And then as you look in the Bible and prophecy, you'll be able to put together, hopefully through the Holy Spirit, the real sense of it. but some of them have this kind of spooky thing. There's one guy, it's going to be like the Damien movie. The Damien movie was very entertaining. It has some truths here and there, but what it does is spins another narrative that the Bible is not talking about. They make you look for one antichrist. Is it this guy? No, he wasn't the antichrist. It's the next guy. But while the Bible never mentions it like that, it says they were antichrist then, and there will be antichrist later on. And it tells us the qualification for an antichrist that doesn't have to do with all of these other kind of crazy stuff. You know what I'm saying? This other crazy stuff. And I saw one of the heads as it were wounded to death, and his deadly wound, right, was healed, and all the world wondered after the beast. Revelation 13:3, Revelation 13:4. And they worshiped the dragon, which gave power to the beast. And they worshiped the beast, saying, who is like to the beast? Who is able to make war with him? Right? Now, just wanted to give that right there. Okay, I already just got that. I'm saving it twice, but just making sure I'm saving it. Okay, that's that right there, right? Let me see down here. Just looking through this right here. Okay, so boom, 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 boom. But anyway, there's much more in this, and hopefully one-to-ones can kind of get caught up on this right here, because this is important to understand the events that happened with Ethiopia. Because the question is, why after this they had to? Why did Mussolini said something in one of his speeches? He said that in order for Rome, they were about Roman Renaissance. They wanted to bring back Rome as it was in ancient days. And in order for Rome to come about as it was in ancient days, right, they had to capture and control Ethiopia. So now think about this. If this is really this deadly wound of the beast and everything being healed as the Bible says, right? And there's a lot of evidence that points to say, yeah, yes, right? Then what does that have to do, biblically speaking, with the invasion of Ethiopia, with the attempt to both kind of submit or decapitate, right, the Davidic Solomonic ruler, and to capture the ark and to convert the country to Roman Catholicism, right? So we have to understand this right here. This is so very, very important. And why, when we talk about the small nation states, the two smallest nation states in the world, right, is the Vatican as a nation state and is the state of Israel. Do you think this is just coincidental? One was in 1929 and the other is in 1948. You know what I mean? The role of the British, right, in the establishment of the state of Israel, the role of the British in the establishment of these here United States. You see what I'm saying? Just to see how all of these dots, so to speak, proverbially come together. Anyway, we're going to a little bit more on this right here. We're going to pull out of this right here, but you can see the strong papal connection to this, right? The strong papacy connection. And on top, hold on for a moment. That's what I was looking for right here. I wanted to get this guy right here. I wanted to get this meme here, right? Let's get this. You see what it says right here? You see where he Doug a bachelor. I don't know about where he really stands or what the interpretation, but the title here, I agree with him on the title here. The title here, he says the deadly wound continues to heal. And if he follows the line of thought that I think he might follow, he's accepting what has occurred before and seeing a continual line of prophetic fulfillment, even down to our present times. But you got a lot of other novices out there, right, that are actually projecting a lot of ignorance based on some sci-fi movie they saw or based on the Damien movie, which is very entertaining and has some points of truth here and there in it, but overall, right, is a diversion, right? It's like they have a sci-fi antichrist coming about. And I hear some of the Israelites and others say, yeah, you see, Khan. It's just like the movie. You remember you seen that movie? And they go deep and they say, and they know exactly what's going to happen. So they're like saying that we have to watch the movies in order to understand the Bible. No, you have to study history in order to understand the Bible. And when you watch the movies, right, you're entertained by them. But some movies will have some substance to it, but of course, it's put in a cinematographic way to entertain. You know what I'm saying? And how much truth can they say in like in what 90 minutes or whatnot like that? You know what I'm saying? And plus, who is making the movie, right? And what's their purpose of making the movie? Have you not thought that sometimes they make these movies in order to deflect from real truth, right? Look at this right here. Look at this. This is beautiful here. See, I love the old Protestants when they used to see clearly. I'm not talking about the ones who came over here on their special mission, the pilgrim Zionists that came to America. But you see what it says right here? You see what it says Europe? So look at this beast is going through Europe, Africa, and America. And that's exactly what happened. From Europe, they went into Africa. And that also includes the Promised Land and Israel and so-called Palestine. And then they went into America, right? But be that as it may, made as it be, Selassie in Jerusalem talk like Christ. Yes, I, Rastafari. So right here. Oh man, I know we've been on this for a moment right here. This is just like a right now word. I think I have to speak about some of this because there's a lot of things going on. And a lot of people are trying to find out like what's the truth of the matter for themselves, and there's a lot of speculation about some biblical and prophetic things. But there's a lot of how can I say lies or distortions that have been put out there. A little simple chant of the Psalm 82, going to touch on Psalm 6, right? The third day Torah reading and feeding, just looking at the time. We might just touch on it very briefly, right? But be sure, Yah willing, we're going to get into it. Just speaking about the rebellious Israelites in the wilderness. We got rebellious Israelites in the wilderness of America and the Caribbean today. You know what I mean? So hopefully we can learn something from it. Here's Psalm 82. Check. I will. Take it forward. Israelites.
Psalm 82. God standeth in the congregation of the mighty. The mighty.
Elohim nitzav ba'adat el.
He judgeth among the gods.
Bekerev Elohim yishvot.
How long will ye judge unjustly and accept the persons of the wicked? Selah. Defend the poor and fatherless. Do justice to the afflicted and needy. Deliver the poor and needy. Rid them out of the hand of the wicked. They know not, neither will they understand. They walk on in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are out of course. I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High. But ye shall die like men, and fall like one of the princes. Arise, O God, judge the earth, for thou shalt inherit all nations.
אלוהים ניצב בעדת אל, בקרב אלוהים ישפוט. עד מתי תשפטו עוול, ופני רשעים תישאו סלע. שפטו דל ויתום, עני ורש הצדיקו. פלטו דל ואביון, מיד רשעים הצילו. לא ידעו ולא יבינו, בחשיכה יתהלכו, ימותו כל מוסדי הארץ. אני אמרתי, אלוהים אתם, ובני עליון כולכם. אכן כאדם תמותון, וכאחת השרים תפול. ומה אלוהים, שפטה הארץ, כי אתה תנחל בכל הגולים.
Yes, yes, yes. Make it secure. Some don't want to see the world as it really is. Someone want to see the world as it really is. Yeah. Brothers and sisters, it's a little inspiration right there. Yeah, I'm still looking up some information here in the background, but here we have today's daily psalm. That was the evening psalm, for the third day. Here we're actually moving into the fourth day for the Wednesday coming forward. But the psalm that we have here in season is Psalm 6. Psalm 6, just a kind of first word on Psalm 6 right here. Interesting, we had 66, Psalm 66 the previous day, right? Then we have Psalm 6. I'm just looking at the 66 and 6, not making more out of it, but Idea. Here's Psalm 6. Here.
Psalm 64. Hear my
Pause. You hear that 64? Where'd that come from? 64 right there. Psalm 64. Come again.
Psalm 6.
There we go.
O Lord, rebuke me not in thine anger, neither chasten me in thy hot displeasure. Have mercy upon me, O Lord, for I am weak. O Lord, heal me, for my bones are vexed. My soul is also sore vexed. But thou, O Lord, how long? Return, O Lord, deliver my soul. O save me for thy mercy's sake. For in death there is no remembrance of thee. In the grave who shall give thee thanks? I am weary with my groaning. All the night make I my bed to swim. I water my couch with my tears. Mine eye is consumed because of grief. It waxeth old because of all mine enemies. Depart from me, all ye workers of iniquity, for the Lord hath heard the voice of my weeping. The Lord hath heard my supplication. The Lord will receive my prayer. Let all mine enemies be ashamed and sore vexed. Let them return and be ashamed, suddenly.
Yes, slicha. Yeah, I got to make a note right here on this track. This seems to be a mislabeled track. Just here. Let me just do this here.
Psalm 64. Hear my voice, O God, in my prayer. Preserve my life from fear of the enemy. Preserve my life from fear of the enemy. Preserve my life from fear of the enemy. The enemy. Psalm 64.
Okay, pause. Okay, yeah. All right. Yeah, that one is labeled 6 on our board, but it appears to be Psalm 64. And the version I played was a plain version. Here's a full of the Hebrew highlight. Let's hear this right here.
Psalm 6.
Full.
מזמור ו'
There we go.
למנצח בנגינות על השמינית, מזמור לדוד.
Bingy note.
אדוני,
O Lord.
אל באפך תוכיחני.
Rebuke me not in thine anger.
אל באפך תוכיחני.
Neither chasten me in thy hot displeasure.
ואל בחמתך תייסרני.
Have mercy upon me, O Lord, for I am weak. O Lord, heal me, for my bones are vexed. My soul is also sore vexed. But thou, O Lord, how long? Return, O Lord, deliver my soul. O save me for thy mercy's sake. For in death there is no remembrance of thee. In the grave who shall give thee thanks? I am weary with my groaning. All the night make I my bed to swim. I water my couch with my tears. Mine eye is consumed because of grief. It waxeth old because of all mine enemies. Depart from me, all ye workers of iniquity, for the Lord hath heard the voice of my weeping. The Lord hath heard my supplication. The Lord will receive my prayer. Let all mine enemies be ashamed and sore vexed. Let them return and be ashamed, and be ashamed, suddenly.
All right, right there. Yes, a full. You know, yeah, right there. Switch it up for a moment to let's the new day coming in. We have the look at the time right here. Hold on for a moment. Let's play this for a moment.
Give ear right here. Shalom. Shabbat shalom. Yes, I for the Shabbat Korah. Sabbath Korah. Sabbath baldhead. Sabbath Korah. Sabbath cold. Right, cold baldhead. The meaning of the name Korah. Get into that as I move forward. But here. Give ear right here. This first Aliyah for Shabbat Korah. Senbet Korei. B'Shem Ha'ab Ha'bein Ruach Ha'adosh Yahweh Echad. First Aliyah, the Rishon Aliyah, for this 38 sabbatical Torah portion, reading and feeding for this Shabbat strong. Vayikach Korach ben Yitzhar ben Kahat ben Lewi w Datan wa Abiram b'nei Eliab w On ben Pelet b'nei Reuben. Here, picking up with the fourth book of Moshe, the Hebrew book, it's called known as Numbers, the Sefer Bamidbar. Numbers chapter 16, the years of wandering. Second item, the gainsaying of Korah, the gainsaying of Korah. Now Korah, the son of Izhar, the son of Kohath, the son of Lewi, and Datan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab and On, the son of Pelet, son of Reuben, took, and Vayikach Korah, and Korah took. And they rose up before Moshe with certain of the Bnei Yisrael, 250 princes of the assembly, famous in the congregation, men of renown. And they gathered themselves together against Moshe and against Aharon, and said to them, Ye take too much upon you, seeing all the congregation, the aggregation are holy, every one of them, and the Yahweh is among them. Wherefore then lift ye y'all up yourselves above the congregation, the aggregation of the Yahweh. And when Moshe heard it, he fell upon his face, and he spake to Korah, and to all his company, saying, Even tomorrow the Yahweh will shew who are his and who is holy, and will cause him to come near to him, even him whom he hath chosen will he cause to come near to him. This do Zot Esu. Take you census Korah and all his company, and put fire therein, and put incense, aishin in them, lifnei Yahuwah, before Jehovah tomorrow. And it shall be that the man whom the Yahweh doth choose, he shall be holy, 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 holy. Ye take too much upon you, ye sons of Lewi, y'all sons of Levi. And Moshe said to Korah, hear, I pray you, ye, y'all sons of Lewi, seemeth it but a small thing, a small thing to you, that the Elohei Yisrael, the Elohim of Yisrael, hath separated you from the aggregation of Yisrael to bring you near to himself, to do the service of the tabernacle of the Yahweh, and to stand before the congregation, the aggregation, to minister to them. And he hath brought thee near to him, and all thy brethren, the sons of Lewi, the sons of Levi, with thee. And seek ye y'all the kahuna, the priesthood also, for which cause both thou and all thy company are gathered together against the Yahweh. And what is Aharon, that y'all murmur against him? And Moshe sent to call Datan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, which said, we will not come up. Is it a small thing, small thing that thou hast brought us up out of a land that, a small thing that thou hast brought us up out of a land that floweth with milk and honey, to kill us in Bamidbar, in the wilderness, except thou, I, make thyself altogether a prince over us. Hear, Shema, Israel. Give ear, Rastafari. Give ear, and hear, the Sheni. Hear the Sheni, Aliyah. The second Aliyah for this Shabbat, Korah, Senbet, Qorei, the Sheni Aliyah. Here, picking up at verse 14, fourth book of Moshe, Hebrew book that is called Numbers, Sefer Bamidbar. Numbers, chapter 16, here at verse 14 for the Sheni Aliyah. Aflo illa eretza zabat chalab u debash ha bi otanu wa titen lanu nachlata sadeh wa karem ha Aine ha anashim ha hem te na ker lo na ilah lo na here for the Sheni, second Aliyah for this Shabbat Korah. Here picking up fourth book of Moses, Numbers chapter 16, verse 14. Moreover, thou hast not brought us into a land that floweth with milk and honey. A land that floweth with halal, Chalav u debash, milk and honey, or given us inheritance of fields and vineyards. Wilt thou put out the eyes of these men? We will not come up. Lo, na ileh. Lo, na ileh. We will not aliyah up. And Moshe was very wroth and said to the Yahweh, respect not thou their offering. I have not taken one ass from them, neither have I hurt one of them. Moshe. And Moses said to Korah, be thou and all thy company listen to Yahweh before Jehovah, thou, I, and they, and Aharon tomorrow, and take every man his censer, and put incense in them, and bring ye all lifnei Yahweh before Jehovah, every man his censer, 250 censers, thou, the I also, and Aharon, each of you, his censer. And they took every man his censer, and put fire in them, and laid incense thereon, and stood in the door, the petach of the tabernacle of the congregation, the Ohel Moed, with Moshe where Aharon and Korach gathered all the congregation against them to the petach of the Ohel Moed, of the tent of meeting, the tabernacle of the congregation, and the kabodi Yahweh, and the glory of Jehovah appeared to all the congregation. To all the congregation.
Shema Yisrael, Shema Rastafari Hoy, Give right here, here, Shema is the Shalishi Aliyah, Anafora, the offering up, the up offering, the Shalishi, the third Aliyah for this Shabbat, Korah, send that Qorei. Here, picking up with the fourth book of Moshe, the Hebrew book, called Numbers, at verse 20 for the Shalishi Aliyah, Anaphora, offering up for this Shabbat Korah. Here at verse 20, Numbers 16, verse 20. Why daber Yahweh illa Moshe illa Aharon lemor hiya badlu mitoka ha'edah hazot why chale otam karaga. Here. Shalishi Aliyah, and the Yahweh spake to Moshe and to Aharon lemor, saying, separate yourselves. Hiya badlu mitoka ha'edah hazot. Separate yourselves from this congregation, that I may consume them in a moment. Why chale otam karaga. And they fell upon their faces and said, O God, the God of the spirits of all flesh, shall one man sin, and wilt thou be wroth with all the aggregation? And they fell upon their faces and said, Why yipulu Allah b'neihem, why yomru El Elohei haruchot lekol basar. Shall one man sin, O El, the Elohim, Elohei haruchot, the Elohim of the spirits of the Irids, lekol basar, for all flesh? Shall one man uck up, and wilt thou, the eye, be wroth, be rotted with all the congregation? And Yahweh Jehovah spake to Moshe lemor, saying, speak to the aggregation, the congregation, saying, get you up from about the tabernacle, the tent of Korah, Datan, Abiram, and Abiram. And Moshe rose up and went to Datan and Abiram, and the Ziknei Yisrael and the elders of Israel followed him. And he spake to the congregation, saying, depart, I pray thee, from the tents of these wicked, these ratchet men, and touch nothing, no thing of theirs, lest ye all be consumed in all their akkaris, chatiat, and all their sin. So they got up from the tabernacle of Korah, Datan, Abiram, and Abiram on every side, and Datan and Abiram came out and stood in the door of their tents, and their wives and their sons and their little children, and Moshe said, hereby ye y'all shall know that the Yahweh hath sent me, have sent I to do all these works, for I have not done them of mine own mind. If these men die the common death of all men, or if they be visited after the visitation of all men, then Jehovah hath not sent me, have not sent I. But if Jehovah make a new thing, and the earth open her mouth and swallow them up with all that appertain to them, and they go down quick into the pit, then y'all shall understand that these men have provoked the Yahweh. And it came to pass, as he had made an end of speaking all these words, the Bari, these words, that the ground clave asunder that was under them, and the earth opened her mouth and swallowed them up, and their houses, and all the men that appertaineth to Korah, and all their goods, they and all that appertaineth to them went down alive into the pit, and the earth closed upon them, and they perished from among the congregation, the aggregation. And all Yisrael that were round about them fled at the cry of them, and they said, lest the earth swallow us up also. And there came out a fire from Jehovah, and consumed the 250 men that offered Aishans, that offered incense. And now here, Shema Yisrael, Shema Rastafari, Chabarim, here at verse 36. Here when we get to verse 36 of the KJV, the King James Version, in the Hebrew Masorah, the Chumash, the Masoretic. In the Masoretic, this is where chapter 17, the Yod Zayin, Yud Zayin chapter, the 17th chapter begins right here. The 16th chapter ending at verse 35. So in some of the aliyot that we have forward, that's the Hebrew order. But right here at verse 36, we continue. But just note this right here. Chapter 17 in the Hebrew begins at verse 36. At verse 35, chapter 16 ends, but here in the KJV, we are still in chapter 16. Verse 36, fourth book of Moshe, Hebrew book called Numbers, chapter 16, KJV, verse 36. In the Hebrew Chumash, the Masoretic, this will be verse 1 of chapter 17. And the Yahweh, Jehovah, spake to Moshe, saying, speak to Eleazar, the son of Aharon HaKohen, Aaron the priest, that he take up the censers out of the burning, and scatter thou the fire yonder, for they are hallowed, they are set apart. The censers of these uckers, of these sinners, against their own souls, their own psyches, let them make them broad plates for a covering of the Mizbeach, the altar, for they offer them lifnei Yahweh, before Jehovah. Therefore they are hallowed, they are set apart, and they shall be a sign to the Bnei Yisrael, to the sons, the children of Yisrael. And Eleazar HaKohen, the priest, took the brazen censers wherewith they that were burnt had offered, and they were made broad plates for a covering of ha-mizbeach, of the altar, to be a memorial to the Bnei Yisrael, the sons, the children of Yisrael, that no stranger, which is not of the seed of Aharon, come near to offer Aishans, incense, lifnei Yahweh, before Jehovah, that he be not as Korah, as Qorei, as Korah, and as his company, as the Yahweh said to him by the hand of Moshe. But On the morrow, all the congregation, all the aggregation of the Bnei Yisrael, the sons, the children of Yisrael, murmured against Moshe and against Aharon, saying, y'all have killed the people of the Yahweh. And it came to pass when the congregation, the aggregation, gathered against Moshe, against Moses, and against Aharon, against Aaron, that they looked toward the tabernacle of the congregation, the tent of meeting, the Ohel Moed, and behold, Hine, Ha, Etnan, Anan, the cloud covered it, and the the glory, the kavod of Jehovah appeared. And Moshe and Aharon came before the tabernacle of the congregation, the Ohel Moed, the tent of meeting. And here, in the KJV, at verse 44, is the Arabi'i Aliyah. Corresponding in the Hebrew, the Masoretic, the Chumash, with Numbers chapter 17 verse 9. But here in the KJV, for those following along in the KJV, in Numbers chapter 16 verse 44 is the fourth Aliyah for this Shabbat Korah, this Sabbath Korah, Senbet Korei. Here at verse 44 in the KJV, Numbers 16:44, King James Version, English Bibles, the Hebrew Masoretic, the Chumash. We're at Numbers chapter 17 verse 9 for the Rabi'i, the fourth Aliyah for this Shabbat Korah. Wa'yadaberi Yahweh il Moshe le'mor. And the Yahweh spake to Moshe, saying, Heromu mitoka ha'edah hazot wa'ekaleh otam k'rag'a wa'yiplu ala pneihem. Get you up from among this congregation. Heromu mitoka ha'edah hazot. Get the eye up from amongst this congregation, that I may consume them in a moment. That I may consume them in a moment. And they fell upon their faces. And Moses said to Aaron, take a censer and put fire therein from off ha-mizbeach, from off the altar, and put on incense, aishans, and go quickly into the congregation, aggregation, and make an atonement, make an atonement for them. For there is wrath, there is wrath gone forth from the Yahweh. The plague is begun. And Aharon took as Moshe commanded, and ran into the midst of the congregation, aggregation, and behold, the plague was begun among Ha'am, among the people. And he put on aishans, on incense, and made an atonement for Ha'am. And he stood between the dead and the living. And the plague was stayed. Now, they that died in the plague were 14,700, besides them that died about the matter of Korah, the matter of Korah. And Aharon returned to Moshe to the Petach, to the door of the Ohel Moed, the tent of meeting, the tent of appointment, the tabernacle of the aggregation. And the plague
Now they that died in the plague were 14,700, beside them that died about the matter of Korah. And Aaron returned unto Moses unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and the plague was stayed.
Lion of Judah Society. Now, what's very interesting about that fourth aliyah, point out some of the differences in the numbering between the Hebrew manuscript and the King James Version translation based on the Textus Receptus and all the other things there. One thing interesting about the Torah reading and feeding is we have an atonement, right? An atoning that is done by incense, right? By Ishans. It's very, very interesting, the plague that comes about. And the interesting thing, I think the plague here is called Magefa. The Magefa, right? Yeah, the Magefa right here for the term plague right here, right? Negev and the Magefa. So there's a plague that goes on, because of the murmuring of the people. We begin to see how the people are like looking sideways at Moshe and Aharon, and just how there's this rolling, as we talked about previously, like rolling blackouts. Well, there's this rolling rebellion. We say that chapter 11 is a technical term for bankruptcy, right? We can really see the bankruptcy of the wilderness generation, especially here in this Torah reading and feeding in the wilderness, also known as in Numbers. But that last part right there in the fourth aliyah, which is like coming up for this fourth day, we get an atonement that is effectuated, that is made effective by way of Ishans, which is a kind of an interesting reasoning in and of itself. We can ask, can incense atone? Can Ishans atone? Right? Well, we get to learn, at least right here in the Torah narrative, that yes, Ishans can atone, right? Because it's Moses that says to Aaron to take a censer, like the 250 men, right? But to take a censer and to put fire. Another thing about the Ishans, right? And the Ishans, the incense offering, because we see there's the 250 men who are from the Bnei Yisrael. Doesn't state what tribe they're from, but it says that they are from the sons of Israel, who also seek to come forward and give the Ishans offering. And it says specifically in these Torah reading and feedings that no one who is a stranger. Now the stranger can have two contexts in the scripture. It can be a stranger who is from another people, right? Or a stranger, for example, a stranger to the sons of Aaron that is not of the sons of Aaron, right, shall come forward. That means that this person could be a Levite, but according to a strict interpretation, if they're not a son of Aaron, they have no right to burn the Ishans. Right? So here, just to go from here, just a segue right here. Let's put on light. Let's go through a light kind of review right here. Right? So here, I think we get up to this verse right here. Right? And Moses said, here we get verse 46, the last part of Numbers chapter 16:46. And Moses said to Aaron, take a censer and put fire therein from off the altar. You remember the strange fire incident with Nadab and Abihu, the two of the four priestly sons of Aaron, how they got burnt because they presumptuously went forward to burn the Ishans. So this whole thing about burning Ishans, we see that there's 250 of them that gather with Korah, right, to burn Ishans, right? And here a plague breaks out, and Moshe tells Aharon to take a censer, put fire therein. Get the key right here, from off the altar. So that means that to burn the Ishans, right, the fire had to be taken from off the altar, right, and to put on Ishans. That's interesting because You know, sometimes when ones and ones burn incense, like, you know, how do you burn incense? Do you first burn the charcoal, right? You burn the charcoal first, and then you put the incense on top, right? So here in these censers, right, the censer was taken, and then fire was put into the censer. So the censer is burning, and then incense, aishant, is put on. Right? We have to look at the instruction, the order of what is to be done, and in the order, and kind of go through it and see the flow of it. Right? So take a censer, put fire therein, then take fire from off of the altar, put it into the censer, right? And then when the censer now is burning with the fire, to take the aishants, right, and to put the aishants, the incense, into the fire that's burning. And now he's told to do what? To go quickly into to the congregation, right? And to make an atonement for them. Now remember, the congregation is not just all the people of Israel, but it's the people that are assembled, right? The people that are part of the witnesses that go to assemble. So like when the offerings, there'll be like the people that are there, like worshiping or celebrating with that, bearing witness, right? So go quickly into the congregation and to make an atonement. Let's go into this right here just briefly, right? So the word for atonement used here is kapar or kafar. Kafar, or in some pointings, kapar. Kapar, kafar, right? So we have a kafar. Here's where we get the sense of kapar, kipporim, right? Kipporim. And the main meaning of kafar has to do with the black pitch. So there's a kind of a, quote, blackness connected with the theme Hebraically of atonement, because it's a verb here, to cover, to purge, to make an atonement, make reconciliation. But in a literal, that's the figurative sense of the word kafar, kapar, right? So kafar, to cover, right? To purge, make an atonement, make reconciliation. But literally speaking, it's to cover with pitch. Pitch sometimes is called bitumen, bitumen. Nowadays, we're used to pitch being black, like the kafar, right, is. We know of asphalt. So like asphalt, you know, the asphalt they put on the roads, right? You know how it's steaming. Like I remember in summertime, they have that smell, and then they have the roller that rolls it. But that's sense, right? So remember Moses telling Aaron to do this. But now remember Noah. Noah was told to make a boat, like a big ship, a boat, right? And he's told to cover it over, right, with pitch, right, with the kafar, the pitch, right, that black pitch, to keep it water resistant. We see that Moses was a baby, right, and he was put into the basket that on the outside, not the inside. So the ark was covered on the outside and the inside with pitch to keep it water resistant, right, so-called watertight. But then we have Moses, right, in the early part of Exodus, where his mother puts him into the basket along the river, one of the rivers, some say the Nile or one of its kind of sub-tributaries. Be it as it may, the basket is covered over on the outside with pitch. Just want to bring out that kind of point about both the literal sense of atonement, right, which is the pitch, and then from that covering to make it, for example, the boat of Noah, the ark, to make it watertight. The same thing was done, but on the outside of the basket, you know what I mean? To make the basket that Moshe was put in, right, watertight, right? So there we go right there. You see what it says? Specifically to cover with bitumen. You see it right there, bitumen. Now, if you look up bitumen, let's just do this right here. Let's look up bitumen, just quickly. Bitumen, all right? You see, bitumen is a black, sticky, and highly viscous substance derived from crude oil. Modern bitumen, crude oil. It's a key component in asphalt and is used as a binder. A binder in road construction, in roofing, and other applications due to its adhesive and waterproofing properties. And so you find in the scripture often when it mentions like suffering or certain trials, in a figurative use of the Hebrew, the biblical Hebrew language, you'll find that when ones are going through certain things, like there's a psalm that says, and the waters have come into the soul. The waters have come into my soul. The waters. So water sometimes figuratively is used in the scripture as a word picture of suffering. So when I think about it, atonement is based literally on the literal act of covering something over with black, sticky, highly viscous substance, right? Some modern bitumen being derived from crude oil, which now makes me want to do some research. What was the ancient bitumen derived from? Did they use crude oil then? Right? Did they have crude oil? Was crude oil used or something to the, what did they use? But whatever it was similar and the same as this black, sticky, highly viscous substance. Now, what is the key component in? Nowadays in asphalt. And it's used as a binder, keeping it together. You know, like you said, man, I'm going through this situation, I'm falling apart. Right? The people here in the Torah reading and feeding, right? They are under this plague, and the plague is causing them to fall apart. It's dying, it's killing them. Right? I mean, just think about the whole connection, right? In the Bible, it says, if the silver cord be broke, be loosened. Right? This idea of a silver cord that kind of connects our spirit, soul, and body to one kind of something. Like in the passing away, it's like that's unloosened, right? So here we see the word for atonement in its root aspect as relating to a divine use of black, right? So the blackness. We're not talking about race, but we're talking about the fact that in their conception of atonement, there is a black connection, right? Not talking about black people, black this, but the word black, right? And what this particular black substance do, right? So our Lord and our black Lord and Savior, our atoning Lord and Savior, as a binder. But now when it's used in a natural way, as a binder in road construction, in roofing, and other applications. Why? Due to its adhesive. That means it's thick. It's thick. There's a psalm that says that my soul stick close to you, oh Yahuwah, right? It's sticking, it's adhesive, and it's waterproofing, keeping out the water, right? Remember, water sometimes in the scripture, especially in a metaphoric sense, is connected with suffering and affliction. Like the waters have come into my soul. It's like I'm getting washed away, right? So it's interesting, like water has other applications, but when it's used in certain senses, it takes on a certain other meaning. And then we have this whole use of the bitumen or the kafar, the bitumen, we have its use, right? For adhesive, because of its adhesive and waterproofing property. Last line right here. It can also be found naturally in deposits like oil sands and pitch lakes. Right? So what does it look like? Well, it basically is black. Right? I think they have this picture here. You can see it right there. You see this is the bitumen. Right? So just that on that kafar, and then also in other languages they have kafir. You know, you've heard of the expression, have you? Kafir boy, kafir, right? But here in the Hebraic use is to cover. So that means that atonement Hebraically has a metaphoric or figurative sense of covering, but covering as to the soul, the psychological, and the spiritual aspect. Not a literal sense. The pitch is not put literally on people, right? But in the metaphorical or the metaphysical sense, in the figurative sense, it's like one is being covered, almost like an insurance policy. You're covered. You know, when you check your insurance company to see whether they cover you for that, right? Figuratively, to expiate or to condone, to placate or to cancel. So here we see that Aaron is being sent with incense to do what? To make an atonement for them. So by Aaron burning this incense and going in the midst of them, right? This was to say and was to be and to make an atonement, right, for them. Why? For there is wrath gone out from Yahweh, and the plague right, the Negev, the blow, the plague, the Negev, right, has begun, Slika, begun. So there's Ketzef, there's wrath, right? Scrolling down, and Aaron took. Notice this Torah portion is named Korach. And then the key word, the operative word is Wayikach. Wayikach, Korach. Wayikach. And Korah lakach. Korah took. And then I find it to be an interesting rhyme within a rhyme that since it's about Korah, what did Korah do? He took with him men. He took these and those, right, to make his conspiracy and to do what he was seeking to do, right? Then we notice the use of the word took, right? Here now, as a counterbalance to what Korah had begun, right? Aaron now had to take, right, as Moses commanded. Korah he took as his ego, right? As his ego, as his mind, as one might say the devil, but the spirit to rebel, the devil. We can say the spirit, the thought to rebel, or we can call it the devil, right? But as the spirit, right, took him, right, to take on this idea. And now we have Aaron performing the same verb, right, to cancel out, in a sense, what was begun with Korah's taking, right? And Aaron took as Moses commanded and ran, right? He didn't walk, he didn't dally. He ran into the midst, into the center, right? He didn't go to the outskirts of the congregation. He ran into the midst of the congregation. And behold, the plague was begun among the people. Now notice that it keeps repeating some phrase like a verse in a song, and the plague was begun among the people, and such 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 and such, and the plague was begun among the people, and such and such and such and such and the plague, it has a certain rhyme. Why is it saying this? To emphasize the severity of this. But it was at a point of beginning. If it began so, right, where would it be when it ended? Right, to show how Moses telling Aaron to act in this way, it was strictly a life-saving pikuach nefesh, right? And behold, the plague was begun among the people, and he put on Aishans, right? And he made atonement, right? So he bun, where it says he put on, right? He gave Aishans, Natan. He gave Ketoret. He gave Aishans, he gave smoke, right? He made it smoke, right? And an atonement, and made an atonement for the people, right? So in a sense, it's like there's a plague, and so Aaron had to make the Aishans, he had to smoke the Aishans. When I say smoke it, not him like people smoke, but basically was what smoking was. He had to burn that Aishans to create that smoke, right? They had to check this out, the people had to get all that smoke. Think about it. You want that smoke? Right? They had to get all that smoke, right? And he stood between the dead and the living, right? So some were already on their way out and some were still living. But remember, the plague had only begun, right? So the plague was so severe that it just started and it already was killing so many, right? And others that were living were dying, right? And some that was alive just a moment ago were dead now. Others that were pretty healthy were getting worse, right? So it was something that had to be done. This is why Aaron ran. He didn't walk, he ran, right? And he stood there in the midst of the congregation. Remember, he wasn't on the outskirts, but he was on the midst, in the center. And he stood, right? Almost like the prayer we have, the Amidah, right? This was Aaron's Amidah, right, of atonement for the people. And he stood between the dead and the living, and the plague was stayed. The plague was atzar. The plague was restrained. The plague was stopped by the Aishans, right? So the Aishans here, the incense was used as an atonement. Like normally we have the Day of Atonement, we have other offerings that are given, debtors, other things, the sacrifices, right? In some cases to make an atonement, offer this, offer that. But here we have strictly the Aishans being offered, right? Now they that died in the plague, were 14,700, beside them that died about the matter of Korah. Did you pick up on that part where it says all the men that appertaineth to Korah, all the men that were down with Korah? Right? But notice it didn't say his sons or wives or whatever. Not like Datan and Abiram. It was their sons, their children, right? And their wives and others that were part of the house. And Aaron returned, right, to Moshe, to the what? To the Patach. The Patach is like the doorway to the tent, right? They kind of stood in the doorway, the Patach, right, of the Ohel Moed. And the plague was stayed. Notice something. Notice how twice it used the phrase, and the plague was begun. And then Aaron did this and he did that, and the plague had begun, right? And then after he did that, then the plague was stayed. And then he returned to the door of the congregation, right? The door of the tabernacle congregation, and the plague was stayed. So it's like twice, like in a song. If we look at it and we see the repeated verses, it's almost like if we was writing lyrics to a song, this would be like the chorus line. Right? So we have two verses, right? The plague was begun, right? Dialogue, he did this, he did that, and the plague was begun. After he did this, he did that, then the plague was stayed, then he returned. Remember, he went from Moses, ran, he went to the altar, right? And then he ran to the midst of the people, right? Plague had begun, said twice. Then after he did what he did, the plague was stayed. After he returned, right, to the door, right, to Moses, who was at the door, the Patach of the tent of meeting, and the plague was stayed. It's just a beautiful, not just literally, but as you meditate on it, you begin to see, you kind of like, if you see it as a movie, so to speak, seeing it as a movie in your mind, right? Let me just show this right here. I was going to do something in generation earlier, but we got all into the deadly wound. But that's important to explain, the states and the nation states today, right? Let's go right here, and let me put this here so you can see this right here, right? Let's see. And company of Korah, sons of Korah, right? Let's see right here, sons of Korah, right here. Give me one moment. I know it's coming up, but it comes up later on in a later Torah portion, and it's not really put here in this Torah portion, right? That who's this right here? Okay, but it says that, is it the sons of Korah died not? Something about the sons of Korah, they died not, right? But this is talking another different area. Anyway, that's not our main point right there. But you see in many of the Psalms, it's here the sons of my Yes, 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 yes. I have to pause it right here. Come hearing that the audio's not playing. Yeah, the audio's not playing. Yeah, I saw a little glitch happen in their system here. Let's see if we hear this. Did you
Psalm
hear this?
6.
Hear this?
מזמור ו'
Okay.
למנצח בנגינות על השמינית מזמור לדוד, 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 לדוד. אדוני, 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 אדוני.
O Lord, O Lord, O Lord, O Lord, O Lord, O Lord, O Lord.
אל באפך תוכיחני, 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 תוכיחני.
Rebuke me not in thine anger, mine anger, mine anger, mine anger, mine anger, mine anger.
אל באפך תוכיחני, 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 תוכיחני.
Neither chasten me in thy hot displeasure, 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 displeasure.
ואל בחמתך תייסרני, 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 תייסרני.
Have mercy upon me, O Lord, for I am weak. O Lord, heal me, for my bones are vexed. My soul is also sore vexed. But thou, O Lord, how long? Return, O Lord, deliver my soul. O save me for thy mercy's sake. For in death there is no remembrance of thee. In the grave who shall give thee thanks? I am weary with my groaning. All the night make I my bed to swim. I water my couch with my tears. Mine eye is consumed because of grief. It waxeth old because of all mine enemies. Depart from me, all ye workers of iniquity, for the Lord hath heard the voice of my weeping. The Lord hath heard my supplication. The Lord will receive my prayer. Let all mine enemies be ashamed and sore vexed. Let them return and be ashamed, and be ashamed, suddenly, 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 suddenly.
Yes, 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 yes. Yes, yes. They may have heard me speaking about the Jews and Israel and the anti-Semitic stuff. They must have picked up on it there, algorithms and AI and everything, because we see a lot of little glitches happening. But here, right? Today's psalm, that's the verse there. I was looking up sons, but sometimes they would translate it directly, like the Hebrew, B'nai Korah, or B'nai Yisrael is sons of Israel, as opposed to daughters, but sons specifically, but sometimes that's generally translated as children, right? So I was looking up sons died not, but actually I should have looked up children, right? The children of Korah. But directly what it says in the verse is that the B'nai, the bens of Korah, right? The B'nai, sons of Korah, that they died not, which is very interesting because in the verse it says, and all that appertaineth, and all the men that appertaineth to Korah died. It says men. It didn't say like the sons, but the men. For Datan and Abiram, it specifies his sons, right, and his children and his wives and, all the people, right? But specifically, it says Korah and the men that were with him. Be that as it may, made as it be, we have this right here. It's little, but it's Talawa right here. A small psalm, but very, very important. Here we have Psalm. And I didn't change anything. Yeah, let's go back on the screen. I don't know. We're back on the screen as well. We're back on the screen. But we have to expect that, these little dirty tricks, they call them dirty tricks, on the enemies. The enemies do these dirty tricks. We're using this software, though we're paying for it. Yeah, we're paying for it, aren't we? Right? Though we're paying for it. right? They still do these little dirty tricks, to make you think like, something's wrong on your end, right? When it's their technology, right? Or at least you're paying them for the use of their technology. But anyway, give thanks for giving me an update when it's on, when it's off, because we definitely need somebody to monitor it. Otherwise, you might be doing something and think like people hear you, and it's like almost like you're talking to yourself, right? But here we have Psalm 6, according to the royal order, today's daily psalm, right? We have Mizmor Wow, Mizmor Vav, Mizmor Wow, Mizmor Vav, right? Modern Hebrew, Mizmor Vav, ancient pointing, Mizmor Wow, Mizmor Wahweh, the sixth psalm or the Vav psalm. Then the all right. We're losing network connection. I guess it's coming from the Eves Mux people, right? We'll try this. Let's see if we can try this. If this continues, then we'll pick up with y'all on it, or we can even do a vlog. All right, so here we have across the point, and we hear you're not being heard on the screen. The thing will be syncing again. Just told us a message, lost network connection. Wow. Also themed as a cry for mercy under judgment. A Yeah. All right. All right. All right. It happened again, brothers and sisters and brothers. Yeah. So Psalm 6. Psalm 6. Let's just give a little bit. Even if it's not a morning psalm, Psalm 5, the previous psalm is a morning psalm. And even this psalm here, Psalm 6, it reflects, right? It reflects back upon a sleepless night. So we have Psalm 5, a morning prayer. And then we have Psalm 6, right? Today's psalm, which is like reflects back upon like a sleepless and a tearful night, right? it has like three main strophes, and in the middle one, right, like parts in the middle one, this which is like a third longer than the other two, right? The poet, right, the psalmist, by means of a calmer outpouring of the heart, struggles on, right, like struggling on from that cry of distress in the opening part, right, to more of a faithfulness, right, a confidence, a faithful confidence in the last part, right, of the song. There's a hostility of men and people, right, that seems to him as a divine punishment. So, from the perspective of the psalm, the hostility of the people seems to the psalmist as part of a punishment of divine wrath, and consequently, as a result of his sin. So, Hebraically, in the scriptures, there seems to be association, right, of sickness and certain types of illness with sin, right? And this persecution that to him has Yahweh's Elohim's wrath behind it, and sin, the missing the mark, what was done wrong as the sting of its bitterness, it makes him sorrowful and even sick to death, because the psalm contains no confession. It doesn't have a particular confession of sin as we have in other psalms areas. One might be inclined to think that in a new covenant sense, or in the Brit Kadasha sense, the church has wrongly reckoned it as the first of the seven, right? There are seven penitential psalms, repentant psalms. We have Psalm 6, Psalm 32, Psalm 38, Psalm 51, Psalm 102, Psalm 130, Psalm 143. So there are psalms that are called psalms like repentance, penitent psalms. These are Psalm 6, today's psalm, the first of the seven, right? Psalm 32, Psalm 38, Psalm 51, Psalm 102, Psalm 130, and Psalm 143. Now, these seven Psalms, sometimes people connect it with the 7 days of the week, right? The 7 days of the week. Now, there's a lot of connections in the person who is speaking, the speaker in this Psalm, with Job. The man is here being tempted, is distinguished from a repentant man by this, that the perception of the wrath of God is with the one perfectly groundless and with the other well grounded. In other words, with the sinner that is repenting, it is grounded, right? It's grounded like, yes, you did wrong, right? Then you deserve, to repent and maybe some punishment. But here, there's one who has not done this wrong, but feels himself suffering because of wrong. Job was one who was tempted like this. The psalmist here is a penitent who accordingly seeks that the punitive chastisement of Elohim as a just God in power may for him be changed. That he's like saying, yes, I've done it. Yes, I'm wrong. But may punish me, as the opening says, Yahweh, rebuke me, not in thine anger. In other words, yes, rebuke me, but don't rebuke me angrily. Neither chasten me, yes, chasten me, but don't chasten me in thy wrath. He is not asking for no rebuke. He's asking for the rebuke not be in anger. He's not asking not to be disciplined or chastised, but he's asking to be chastised not in thy wrath. We have to kind of see that right there, the language. And this particular language, it has been coined by David. Looking at the other Davidic Psalms and other areas of the historical narrative, we can see that this way of speaking, this way of forming words and thoughts and ideas is perfectly Davidic. So here, the sufferer, the body agonized, the mind troubled by ill wishes who taunt him with being forsaken by Elohim. Here in Psalm 6, sending up to Shemayim, the heaven, his fervent prayer for relief. He is on the verge of death, and only Yahweh Eloheinu, only the true good, the true God alone can save him. If ever the throb of a personal anguish found tears in a voice, it does so in this song. There's an abrupt change that occurs. Abrupt change that occurs in the King James Version in verse 8. And the concluding portion of the psalm may well be a postscript. Like you pray your prayer, but then after the relief from the prayer, you kind of give a postscript, like a seal up. This is what you asking. You didn't get it just yet, but after you get what you asked for, you kind of seal it up. So that's the postscript, right? Some view the concluding portion as a postscript, added when the crisis had passed. The psalm, as we mentioned, is included in the daily Yehudi liturgy. So for Torah observant, we can say Yehudi and Jews, this psalm is included in the daily liturgy among the penitential prayers, and later on among Christian churches, right, adopting certain things Judaically, also has included this psalm, right, and these psalms. This is the first of the seven the penitential psalms, right? So here in today's daily psalm right here, right, let's touch on this right here. Here we have the first verse to the chief musician on Niginot upon Sheminit, a psalm of David. O Yahweh, rebuke me not in thine anger, neither chasten me in thy hot displeasure. Here, Hebraically, Lamanat Tseyah Bia Niginot, Lamanat Tseyah bin Ginot, Al Hasheminit, Mizmor le Dawit, Yahweh, Ala be'apika tokacheni. We'ala bechamatika tiyasareni. Here's what the opening verse here in the Ivrit, here the Hebrew right here. La minat seya to chief musician. Be a niginot, bingi note. Bingi note on the bingi. The bingi. Be on by way of niginot. Be a niginot, bingi note. On the nigina. What is a nigina? Niginat. It's a type of string music. Some say it's taunt, like a taunting or mocking song. Taunt music is a type of string music. Nigi note, the nigi note, string music, on string music. Be a nigi note, laminat tziyach, be nigi note al hasheminit, on the sheminit. What is the sheminit? The sheminit here is the eighth. The eighth here is interpreted more properly as an octave. So you have the alamot, right? Because alama is like virgin, like a woman's a virgin or young girls. The alamot will be the high sounds when you tune the musical instruments high, and the sheminit is when you tune them to the octave. The octave. The sheminit is the eighth. Some think it may be an 8-string instrument, but as a musical notation, right? It's like tone that instrument to the eighth. That means have it have an octave, a deep, a bass, right? Like the bass, like drum and bass, the bass. And then you have other notation that is like the highs. So here, this is on the eighth, interpreted either as a stringed, 8-string musical instrument, or as a musical notation, it's the octave. As a musical notation, it's what we'll call the bass. That's just a superscription right there, yeah? So here, it's a Mizmor le Dawit. It's a Psalm of David. Here's the first proper verse. Yahweh, al be'apika tokacheni, wa ala b'chamatika tiyasreini. Right here, it says, Yahweh, rebuke me not in thine anger. Yahweh, al be'apika tokacheni, al be'apika tokacheni. Do not rebuke. Do not yakach me. Do not reprove or decide. The sense is rebuke, reprove, correct, right? In other words, don't correct, decide, justify, or convict, right? Me, right? Be'apika, be'apika, be'apika. In the eyes of, in the eyes anger. So a lot of people, when they read this here, they might read this as saying, well, David is saying, don't rebuke me and don't chasten me. He's not saying don't rebuke me and don't chasten me. He's saying don't rebuke me like this. Don't chasten me like that. Yahuwah al be'afika tokacheni. Wala Yeah, okay. Yeah, it keeps going in and out like that. Let's see if we can just get through this one verse. This first verse right here. All right, because I think that's all we really have to do. Once we get that first verse and you get the context and kind of pay attention, the sense of it and the application. What just happened right here? How come it took me off? Okay, this thing is really acting goofy, right? The technology acting super goofy, right? But the main point about this first verse in Psalm 6, Mizmor Wow, Mizmor Vav, right, is that he's saying, yes, rebuke me, but not in al be'apika, right? Al be'apika, not in apika, not in your af, right? Not in your anger. Yes, chasten me, right? Chasten me, right? To yasreini, chasten, discipline me, right? But not in your ham, not in your heat. Like chasten me, but don't be hot, right? So he's welcoming and accepting, the correction, the rebuke, right? But he's asking, right, that it be done in mercy and not in anger, humbly admitting basically that he deserves rebuke, deserving chastening, chastisement, or discipline. To yasareni from yasar, to yasareni, right? Chasten or discipline or instruct me. Like somebody's correcting you, but they're hot at you. It's hot displeasure, right? A hot displeasure, right? Is much different, right? The yasar here, right? To chasten, to discipline, right? He says to yasareni, but what does he say? Al behamatika, not in anger, right? And that's a fine nuance, but a lot of ones they kind of miss over that. They say, well, David is asking not to be rebuked and not to be chastened. No, he's saying, yes, rebuke me, right? So when you're reading the language, he says, tokacheni, rebuke me, right? But he's saying, al not be'apika, not in anger. He's saying, yes, chasten me, right? To yasreini, but he's saying here, wa'al bahamatika, not in your ham, not with heat, right? Hot displeasure. He goes on to say in the bait verse right here, right? He says in the second verse, have mercy upon me. You see, he's calling for mercy. He's not denying that he deserves. He deserves rebuke, what I mean, correction, right? Or that he deserves instruction or discipline or even chastisement, but it's how should this be delivered? So here in the second verse, KJV wise, have mercy on me, Yahweh, for I weak, Yahweh, heal me, for my bones are vexed. My bones are vexed. Choneni Yahweh kia umlalani. Rifaeni. Heal me. Rifaeni. 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 Rifae. Heal ani. Heal ani. Heal me. Rifaeni. Yahweh. Heal me, O Yahweh. Ki nibhalu. Atzamai, for my atzam, my etzem, my bones, atzamai, my bones, nivhalu. What a wahala, what a bahala. they bahal, they are disturbed. My bones are disturbed. So what we have here, here, he says right here, right? He says, for I languish away. Why? He's asking for mercy. Chaneni, from Hanan, grace, favor, pity me, me the fool, pity me, O Yahweh, right? Ki umlal ani, ki umlal, I am umlal. There's a word, umlal. Take note, umlal. I am weak, I'm feeble. The Hebraic sense is like I'm shriveling up, like a flower that withers. I'm withering. I'm feeble, not strong. Umlal ani. Amal. I am weak. Right? I'm droopy. I'm languishing. I'm exhausted. Right? He says, Ki, because chaneni, have mercy, show favor, show pity to me. Chaneni, chane, ani, chaneni, right? Pity me, Yahweh. Ki, because umlalani, because I am umlal. I'm weak, even sick. I'm languishing like a flower, right? That withers. And he says, rifaeni. It's interesting here. We have Rapha, the root word Rapha, here as a command. Rifae, heal, ani, rifaeni. Refae ani, refaeni, heal me. Right? So in Hebrew to say to like Yahweh, heal me, refaeni. Right? Refae ani. Right? Heal I. Right? Heal I. The sickness, the condition, he's saying to be, right, a visitation from Elohim. Right? He alone, right? He who be who he be, he alone, and he alone can cure it, right? So the context from the first verse, so obviously he feels like he's being rebuked, and because it is weakening him, he's causing to language. He feels like he's shriveling up, right? He's asking, yes, rebuke me, but not in anger. Can you turn the anger down? Yes, chasten me, but not in thy wrath. Can you turn off that wrath? Choneni, show Hanan, show grace to me, Yahweh. Ki umlal ani, because I'm it's like a flower in the sun, scorching sun is going to dry up. All this moisture is going to be gone. Rifaeni, heal me, Yahweh. For why? For my bones, my kia nivhalu atzamai. For my bones, my etzem atzamai. My bones, my essence. My bones, my essence. Nivhalu. My bones, my essence, Bahal. Bahal is the word. It's in the Nepho sense. Nivhalu. Bahal, Nivhalu. My bones are disturbed. My bones are terrified. Like my whole structure. Like something like a building or something falling apart because its structure comes out of joint, out of order. He feel like he's coming apart. Right? His bodily frame is torn with agony. Sometimes certain sickness, even mental and psychological experiences can have what they call psychosomatic. You heard about psychosomatic conditions. The word soma in the Greek is the body. So certain psycho is the nephesh, is the soul. So in the phrase psychosomatic, it combines two Greek words, right, that scripturally refer to the soul and the body. There are some conditions that are manifest in the body that is thought now and even in ancient times to be connected with the state of the soul. This is why the apostle in the scripture says what? He says, may you prosper as your soul prospers. In other words, may you prosper, may things be well for you, right? According to your soul, according to your psychological state, right? And if you think about it, right, that's what's most important. You know what I'm saying? Because you can have things and everything, but it's the way we engage it from our psyche. But anyway, his bones are being affected. This is just to bring out the bones being affected by the psychological, the soul conditions. So he calls out, Choneni Yahweh, ki umlalani, Refaeni Yahweh, ki anivhalu atzamai. for my bones are like out of joint, my structure, the psychological condition affecting even the physical, even being manifest in the physical. My soul also, see the next thing he says, my soul, my what? My nephesh. Right? In the Greek, the word nephesh corresponds with the suke, right? Suke and the psycho, as you say, psychosomatic. My soul is sore vexed. You see that? You see how he said that his body, his bones, atzem, atzamai, how he said the atzamai, my bones, right? Nibhalu, nibhalu, right? And then right here he says, with nafshi, nibhala. So nibhalu, right? My bones, they are vexed, and my soul, my psyche, with nafshi, nibhala. She is vexed. So my psychological state, she is vexed. So you see the connection? So in these two verses here, it shows that even the ancients, right, had an intuition and a good insight of the psychosomatic conditions, that things that affect your soul or your psychology, right, sometimes can seem to manifest bodily, right? And one might say vice versa and vice versa. Wenafshia nivhala me'od, right? We'ata Yahweh admatai, we'ata Yahweh admatai, and the I, ata, and you male, and none other, Yahweh, he who be, admatai, ad until matai, until when? Admatai, to when, or literally to when comes out in translation of how long. Ad, going on until matai, when. Admatai, until when? Ata Yahweh, admatai, till when? Like, how long is this condition? How long am I going to be affected by this condition that's affecting my psychosomatic, interface, the interface of my psychological condition, right? Resonating and reverberating bodily. So his mind here, his psychology, his mind is agitated, right, by what has happened to him. Apart from the severity of the illness, that whatever it is, it could prove fatal, right? He, the speaker here in Psalm 6, is deeply disturbed, right, at the thought of having incurred Yahweh's wrath, right? That he is even in this condition, right? So he asks, Ad matai, wa'ata Yahweh? He's like saying, this is what I'm going through. My bones are disturbed. My soul she is disturbed. Very much she is disturbed. And you, Yahweh, Ad matai, how long? How long what? Well, he's saying, and you, Yahweh, how long? And you what? How long will you allow this situation to go on? No doubt you must see this poignant exclamation, Admatai, Admatai, how long, right? Admatai, 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 right? It's an exclamation, some say, rather than a question, right? It can be brought out in the Targum as an explanation, right? An exclamation, right? Exclaiming, shouting out. How long will the divine Yahweh's displeasure last? And therefore I be subject to this condition, right? So here is the opening cry of suffering, right? But just to keep it pushing, the Dalet right here, then he pleads now he has stated what the case is. Like you go to court and say, well, I'm here in the court, Your Honor, because this and such and such and such is what's happening. And now, at this point, here's the plea. The plea is for deliverance, right? To ask, Shuvah Yahuwah chalsa nafshi, hoshe'eni lema'ana chasedeka. Return. It's almost like in the condition Judaically, Hebraically, when you study the scripts, biblical Hebrew and the ancients, the conception, the Hebrew theology on this level is as though Yahweh has turned his face away, and because he is not looking, right? He's like almost like he turned his back, like somebody turn around from you, and while they turn around from you, you are suffering, and now you're acting, please look at me, look upon me, like show me your face, right? Here he says, Shuvah, Shuvah Yahuwah Chalsa Nafshi. Return, or Yahuwah, deliver or snatch. He's saying, snatch her, snatch my soul. Shuvah Yahuwah Chalsa Nafshi. You see the word deliver, chalat, right here, remove, draw off, right? Like remove, like draw, like you drape somebody. But it can also, you see in the sense here, you see the sense of it, right? There's this sense of the word chalat, right? Which is to equip for war, to arm for war. In other words, arm your mind. You know, say strengthen your mind, arm your psychological state. You know, why do I say psychological state? Right? Let's scroll that out. Why do I say this? You see, equipped to be armed, right? The sense of to brace up, to invigorate. Chalat. He says chalsa, right? Equipped her, right? Draw her, withdraw her, take her, or brace her up, invigorate her, right? Invigorate my mind state, right? But I like this part here. You see where it says the word deliver? KJV chose to translate as deliver my soul, right? But the same sense of the word Hebraically can be brought out as let's highlight all this, as equipped my soul, my psychological state to fight this, right? Present, strengthen her, right? So Shuvah Yahuwah Chalsa Nafshi Hoshi Ani, save me. Hoshi Ani, Hoshi'ani, Hoshia, right? The sense here is from Yasha. The root word is Yasha. People say, how do we get to the Hoshia? Well, we get to the Hoshia, right, from understanding the Hebrew build, right? And the He-fil sense is deliver, save, right? Hoshi, He-fil, Hoshi'ani, save from moral troubles, or the sense of give me the victory. I'm losing. Yahweh, I'm losing it. You know, somebody going through difficulty, they're like, yo, I'm losing it. So this is like a psalm here saying, prayer and sickness, I'm losing it, Yahweh. Right? Shuvah Yahweh Chalsa Nafshi. Hosheini lema'an chasedeka. Hosheini, save me. But why should you save me? Lima'an. Right? Lima'an. Here they don't bring out the word. We have to go down to Tanakh just to show you the ma'an. Ma'an, lima'an. So save me, lima'an. Live for ma'an, for the purpose of, for the intent of, for the sake of. Save me, hoshe'eni lima'an, on the account of, to the end that, right? Hoshe'eni lima'an chasedeka. Save me on the account of your chesed. Save me on account of your mercy. Save me on account of your goodness. Save me on account of your loving kindness. Save me on account of your faithfulness. He doesn't say here, well, save me because, you know, I'm a good person. I've always done good things. No. Right? He's saying, turn from your anger. Right? The interesting thing about this verse here, when it says Shuvah, right? Shuvah, Yahweh, return, turn back. The sense of this here is as we find it in Exodus 32 and 12. Right? It's interesting because Exodus 32 is where the molten calf incident, and Moshe, you know, came down from the mountain, saw what the Israelites had done, and Yahweh already revealed what he's about to do to Yisrael. And here the response of Moshe 32, right, and 12 is to turn from your anger against the people, you know, return, deliver again, as you have done in the past. Have mercy on this people. But here's more personal, right? Return and deliver, equip, help to brace up and strengthen my soul, right? Because the prayer, the baraka in the New Testament sense is, may you and may we prosper as our soul prospers, right? You find it in the Bible, may you prosper. And my prayer and wish above all else is that you should prosper as what? As your soul prospers. See, in the world, it's like we are rich as we have money in the bank, as our bank account get bigger. But in the true spirituality is that we may prosper as our soul, right? Our psychological state. That's our real. See, the soul is the real estate, if you understand, right? Deliver, right? Deliver my soul, equip my soul. To say, save my life by strengthening her, right? For thy mercy's sake. So he's saying that to do this on account of nothing in me, my righteousness, my good deeds. I did good work. I taught good lessons. I'm a nice person. I don't do no violence. None of that. But for your mercy's sake, strictly on your loving kindness and your mercy's sake, appealing to Yahweh's attribute of chesed. His attribute is also known as chesed, mercy, loving kindness, that Yahweh had revealed as his essential characteristic. One might ask, where did Yahweh reveal mercy as his essential characteristics? If you ask that, it's a good ask. In Exodus chapter 34 and 6, when he revealed the 13 attributes of mercy, chesed was one of them. See, David was a Torah scholar. So even when he would give his prayers, what did it say? He's a man after Yahweh's own heart. So he could intuit from studying of Torah, right? Understand who he is appealing and praying to, right? Almost how Moses was able to quote some attributes and ignore and not quote those attributes back to Yahweh to get him to fall back from destroying Israel and instead give them a 40-year bid in the desert. At least they live 40 years to see their children get old and blase, blase. You know what I'm saying? Just to show the use of what Yahweh reveals about himself and the worshipers paying attention to what he's saying. So when we approach him in prayer, we know what to say and also what not to say as well. Right? Because sometimes we might condemn ourselves in prayer because we call upon a certain aspect of him that basically says we need judgment. You know I'm true, right? Therefore you say what? Right? Well, being the true God, I must punish you. But if you appeal to the mercy side of the ledger, Paul said this in one of his gospels and epistles, right? The gospel, but the epistle, my bad. In his epistle, speaking the gospel, you know, Paul said it too. What's the point right here? Paul had just the point to slip me right here because I'm just trying to bring all this together. It'll come around, it'll come around again. But understanding the attributes. Oh, he said, behold, see, it came around again. That's why sometimes I don't say I'll forget, I never remember it. When you start to say things like that, you almost never remember it. But if you forget something, say it'll come back to you. Remember, you thought about it one time. It's just there in the mind. You know what I mean? It'll come around again. But if you put the words against it, don't be surprised if your words create the word-shaped reality. So Paul says, behold the mercy and the severity of God. It's like when we look at the Kabbalistic tree of life, there's the middle bar, and then one side can be construed as the mercy side. Looking at the attributes, it's the mercy side, and then it's the judgment side. So David is appealing to the mercy side of the ledger, and David is basically saying that I'm paying attention to how you reveal who you are. You know how a lot of people say what God is, or God is this, God is that. I'm talking about even the God of the Bible. People will make up all these warm, fuzzy things, right? These nice things. Well, my God is like this. It's like they're making up something in their head. But it's clear in the scripture, he reveals who he is. He reveals his attributes. He reveals his mercy and he reveals his severity. So when bad things or hard things happen, right, didn't say he is terrible. He's terrible in his doing. He's dreadful. He's awesome, right? He's awe-inspiring, right? At the same time, he is merciful. At the same time, he is loving and yielding. You know what I mean? Even more so than a woman's womb and the womb of a mother, right? Because he is the creator, not an idol, not a projection of man's imagination. I noticed that a lot of time people would say, God is things, and they'll say what Christ is, and they're just making up stuff, right? But yet in the scripture, he clearly says who he be, and they don't say that. That's why it said that one who turns their ear from hearing Torah, the Torah is his direction, instruction, even his prayers will be an abomination. Not saying that he is a bad person, but he's just ignorant and he is misapproaching the runway and he is crashing. That's why you crash, because you're not following the instruction to land, right? To land your plane, so to speak, or to even take off, right? But if you notice an example of David and Moses, when they made certain prayers on their behalf, but especially on the behalf of the people, Moses on the behalf of the people, and David on behalf of himself and the people, we get to find out why his prayers was heard. Because even here, he's saying, asking for salvation, right? Not based on his own merit or his own righteousness. He's not denying that he might have done good things or seeking to walk a righteous life. But in this situation, he needs to appeal. It's like when you go to court and you say, I fall on the mercy of the court. I appeal to the mercy of the court. You know what I'm saying? That usually is the highest thing you can do. And that even allows the judge, right, in certain cases to overlook certain things, because then they can always justify their judgment. He appeals to the mercy of the court. You know what I mean? And really, I couldn't find anything so overtly bad. Yeah, he had some misdemeanors, but there was no felonious or treasonous charges. So therefore, based on the mercy of the court and what is written here and there in the law. So it's almost like when David said this verse right here, he was looking or thinking about Exodus 32, right, and 12, and Exodus 34 and 6. 32 and 12 for the first part. For the first part of the verse, Shubah Yahuwah, Chalsa Nafshi, return, O Yahuwah, deliver my soul. There, no doubt thinking of Exodus 32 and 12. And the second part of the verse, right, Hoshe'eni lema'an chasedeka, the second part, and save me, oh save me, right, for on behalf, on the intent, to the purpose of your mercy, for your mercy's sake, for the sake of your mercy. He's appealing to Yahweh's revealed and essential characteristic. When Yahweh revealed to Moshe those 13 characteristics, he was revealing himself. When Moses appealed for the Israelites in the various 2 or 3 scenes where he does so, right? Even for his sister Miriam in the Torah portion we have before us, he says things that are according to what has already been revealed. And it's like he is rightly dividing the word, right? Especially what he did with Israel when he got the death penalty commuted to a 40-year, wilderness prison bid. You know what I mean? That's why Yahweh says, I have done this according to your word. Reading the Hebrew, according to your speaking. It's almost like Yahweh understood that Moshe, you are wise. Because if you said my other attributes in your appeal, you will leave me no other choice but to carry out my original judgment. But because you appeal to my mercy side, I will forgive you, because yes, I am. I be who I be, and yes, I am merciful, right? And, forgiving the iniquity. You know what I mean? Moses was a good, he showed that good. It teaches us what we need to do as well. You know what I'm saying? Not projecting on Yahweh who we want him to be, but accepting who he be. And therefore, starting from there, right? So right here, the plea for deliverance is moving, pushing it. He says, for in death, he recognized the situation he's in. For in death, no remembrance of thee. In the grave, who shall give thee thanks? Now here is the brilliance of Dawid, right? In the way, the truth, and the life. He remember, this is a continuation. So each verse that we build on, when we build on the next verse, sometimes we have to make it an overt point that as we read the verse by verse by verse, it's a rolling, it rolls. It's a continuous narrative. So from, as we showed you in verse, which verse was it? It was verse 2, right? Verse 2 and verse 3. At the end of verse 2 in the KJV, he says, heal me, for my bones are vexed, right? And then we talk about the whole psychosomatic condition, the psychological and body condition. And then here in verse 3 in the KJV, he says, my soul also is sore vexed. So you see how he spoke to his bones connected to his body, and then he spoke to his soul, the psyche, the psychosomatic condition. So one verse carries on in the flow of the reasoning or the petition, the prayer, or even the praise. So he says here, for in death there is no remembrance of thee. In the netherworld or in Sheol, is this Sheol? This is Sheol. In the netherworld, who will give thee thanks? So let's bring out the Hebrews as Ki'ain. Ki'ain b'mawet zikreka. Ki'ain b'mawet zikreka. Bia Sheol, Mia Yodelak, Mi Yodelak. Who will Yodeh? Who will hand it to you? Who will hand it to you? Who will yada you? Right? Who will what? Give thanks. Right? You see the second. Who will confess? Yada 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 yada. Who will use the hand? Right? To hand it. See, thanks in Hebrew literally comes from handing it. We put our hands up. But this can also, in the figurative sense, be thanks and be confession. Who will hand it to you in Sheol, right? For in death there is no remembrance. He's saying basically, listen, the condition I'm in, I'm near to death in this situation. I'm falling apart. This is a, please just save me. Refaini. You know what I mean? Hoshe, Hosheini, right? He says, Honeni. He says, Refaini, save me. He says, Honeni, have mercy on me, on Ani. He said, Hosheini. He says, save me, rescue me. Chalsa nafshi, right? Equip my soul, strengthen my soul. Why? If you don't do this, he says, Ki'ain. For no, by my vet, in my wet and death, zikrika, right? So what David is doing, it may not seem overt when we read the English, but as we study, we begin to see it, and we're like, we get it. What David is saying, listen, I remember you, right? Check this out. For the Yehudi, right, the Jews and the Israelites, and also for the Christian, David's songs have become the core of worship. Right? You know what I'm saying? David's song become, so even when we interact, right, in the spirit and in the truth, right, it's the Psalms of David, all through the New Testament. I mean, even Messiah quoted the Psalms. In fact, they used to sing Psalms too. When they went after, Pesach, they used to go out to, after eating, after having a sup, they would go out to the park and they would chant Psalms together. It's something that rabbis, teachers of Torah, and the disciples would do because Psalms are very, very important. Because you see how we just touching on Psalms as we break down and build? I'm pointing to Exodus, pointing to the Torah, pointing to the prophets, over here, over there, for similarity of language and intent. Check. So what is he saying right here? He's saying, in death there is no remembrance of thee. This is a common thought in the Hebrew Bible. In the Hebrew Bible, in Psalm 30, Hebraically verse 10, verse 9, verse 10, in Psalm 88, roundabout verse 10, Hebraically verse 11, in Psalm 115, roundabout verse 16, verse 17, in Isaiah, Yeshaya, Isaiah chapter 30, 38, roundabout verse 18, there's this key theme, right, throughout other Psalms and even the prophets, that in death there is no memorial, right? No commemoration, right? No zakar, no calling to mind. You get it? Calling to mind, remembrance, calling to mind. People are forgetful. They are forgetful, right? Full of faggot, full of forgetness, right? They forget, right? They don't bring it to mind. What does it say for Shabbat? Right? Let's say in the 10 words for Shabbat, right? In the law, in the mitzvah, in the Torah, it says, remember, right? Remember, zikor et yom hashabat lekadisho. It says, remember the Sabbath. Think about what this is really saying. Remembrance is calling to mind, thinking about, right? So in the scriptures, only during man's lifetime, while he's in the land of the living, this is the thought Hebraically from the scripture, does he and me and we have the opportunity. Only in our liberty does he and me and we have the opportunity of winning Yahweh's approval by fulfillment of his commandments. Notice the Sabbath command is simple. It's a remembrance, a call to mind. It didn't say you do this, you walk around here, you turn around, you clap your hands, you have to say this many this or this many that. It doesn't say none of that. It says Zikor et Yom HaShabbat. It says Zikor, remember, a command to call to mind. But here Dawid said, Ki ein b'maveta zikreka, in mawet, mawet, in death, in dying, there's no opportunity. Once we go on, that's the thought, right? The ancient thought. Not saying that thought is not true, but that's the ancient thought. That's what ancient ones, and especially Hebraically, thought, right? That when you're gone, you're gone, right? Like you don't have time to remember, think about, to keep his command, to keep the Shabbat, to do other commandments, moral commands. Nah, it's done, right? Be Sheol, and in Sheol, and in what? Sheol. Sheol is a very interesting concept. Many ancient peoples had this thought, this idea. The ancient Egyptians, they were somewhat very elaborate about it. The Duat, the underworld, you know what I mean? The Greeks had this thing called the Hades, right? Yeshua, the Messiah, even talks about this when he talks about Lazarus and the rich man that wore purple, right? They both died the same night, and one went to the bosom of Abraham, a good neighborhood in Sheol, and the other one went to a bad neighborhood. The rich man went to the bad neighborhood. And remember, he was so thirsty, and there was this big gap between them, you know what I mean, that you couldn't really cross and everything. Well, what Yeshua was bringing out was the ancient Hebraic and Judaic idea of the underworld, right? Some conceive of it literally under the ground, right? But even in ancient Egypt, it was said to be an invisible place in the sky. It's like an intermediate place. It was thought of being an intermediate place for souls, right? Where souls would go to. When Yeshua was crucified, right? The crucifixion, death, burial, right? And the descending down into, right? The Sheol. It is said that when he raised up, he brought the souls of the patriarchs. They were in Sheol, right? He brought them, and then he presented them before the Father. Why he told Mary Magdalene, do not touch me, because you cannot touch the high priest before he does his service, because he is holy. You know, it's almost like when something has been given to the altar, you can't bring it back. You know what I'm saying? So he told her, don't touch me, right? Because I have not yet ascended, but I do ascend. So the netherworld is the Hebrew Sheol, Sheol. It corresponds to the Greek Hades and corresponds to the ancient Egyptian Duat, the Duat. It's a region that was popularly thought to be located beneath the world, and then some thought of it as being literally underground. But it is a place beneath the world, not beneath the world like the earth, but the world like the consciousness. It basically is the subconsciousness, right? You know, in some areas of scripture, the writers are talking like they actually had been in Sheol, right? Don't we experience glimpses of Sheol in the worst experiences we experience in our lives? The worst pain and experiences are glimpses of the worst that could happen in the place known as Sheol, because it's beneath the world, it's beneath the conscious sense. It's almost like a nightmare. Imagine a nightmare. Ever have a nightmare? Imagine if you're permanently trapped in a nightmare. That's how they conceive of Sheol, right? Into which the spirit is said to descend after leaving the body. And it continues what they would say and call a shadowy existence, right? It is a place, according to Psalm 115, roundabout verse 16, verse 17, is said to be a place of Duma or silence. In Psalm 143, round about the second to third verse, it's said to be a place of darkness. In Psalm 88, round about verse 12, Hebraically that'd be 13, is said to be a place of oblivion. So aspects of Sheol is silence, darkness, right, or oblivion. So the thought of being consigned there always seemed to arouse, right, to those of the Hebrew faith or POV, right, and other ancient people, a feeling of horror and dismay. Like I said, that's why I said it the way I said it, being trapped in a nightmare. The worst nightmare somebody ever had. Imagine if that was it. You could not come out of that. That's going to be it, right? That's why this place, Sheol, being below the world. You see, because it was below the world, some didn't understand that the world is not the earth and the earth is not the world. They began to believe that it was a place underground, like where they would place the body, right? But it's not a place underground, But anyway, we can get a whole Sheol reasoning. But the righteous in that same place were said to be upheld, right, by the belief that the stay for the righteous in Sheol, right, would not be eternal. And this is where we have a beautiful connection with the resurrection of Yeshua and also those souls that was brought up. There's the gospel according to Nicodemus. Check out the gospel according to Nicodemus. It's an early gospel, but in some churches they put it on the side, right? But if you read in there, it speaks about how the Moshiach, Yeshua, how when he descended into Sheol and he came up, he brought up all the patriarchs like David, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and Noah, and all them ones, right, that had faith in Messiah, that had faith and did righteously in the way. He brought up all the saints, right? You know what I mean? That's why Paul talk about the resurrection. And he says that we should not precede those of the first resurrection. In other words, we who have lived after Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and David, and the righteous, and the prophets, right? We can't be raised before them. They have a right of place to be raised before us. And then we see that in the new covenant when Yeshua, when he rose, there was the souls that rose. That's why the ancient teaching was that for some, it would be a horror and a dismay. But for the righteous, they will be there, but they will be separated like Lazarus was in the bosom of Abraham. And the man, remember the man, the rich man. So the rich man in life, he was in a good neighborhood, and Lazarus, he was a poor man. The dog licked his sores. But now, as they both passed away at the same time in Sheol, the Lazarus went to a good district, right? He went to the bosom of Abraham neighborhood, right? He was in a good place, right, in Sheol, right? While the rich man who had most wonderful things in his life and totally ignored the poor man at his gates, he was asking for Lazarus to be sent just by dipping a finger in some cold water and bringing it. Can you imagine? He just wanted a drop from a dripping finger. That would be satisfaction. Imagine how many drops of fine liquid, fine drink and food he had, while Lazarus day after day was right outside his gates, and the only one who showed him any mercy was the dogs that licked his sores. Now he has audacity in Sheol to say, send Lazarus, come, right? What did Abraham say? He said, listen, there's a big gap, right? That even if we wanted to get to you, we can't get to you. We can it's almost like they had FaceTime. It's almost like Abraham and Lazarus was FaceTime and the rich man that used to wear the purple light. You know what I mean? But we can't come to where you at. It's a big gap. So even if we were willing to, right, we can't come to you. And then the man was like, yeah, well, I have some brothers, send somebody back from Sheol to tell them about it. And what did Abraham say? Listen, he had Moses. They got Moses and the prophets. Let them hear Moses and the prophets. If they don't want to hear Moses and the prophets, they're going to end up in your neighborhood. Don't worry, you're going to see your brothers. They're going to be here soon, right? But that's a little more on Sheol. But the righteous, as we said, were upheld by the belief, by the faith, that even they stay in the place that's called Sheol. Sheol is not the grave. It's just that the translators translated it that way. It's kind of a false translation, but they couldn't really zone in on exactly what Sheol was, the European Christian translators, because it's an Afro-Semitic, it's an African Semitic concept, right? You know what I mean? And they couldn't really they should have just kept it as Sheol, right? And made people seek out what Sheol is. Would have been better than translate as grave. The grave is the kibra. The keber is the word for grave, right? But anyway, Elohim would not leave them in Sheol, right? There's a psalm that says that, but would bring them up again. Messiah did that, right? To enjoy his presence, to be in his face, to be in his grace. We have that in Psalm 30. In Psalm 30, round about verse 3, verse 4, we have that very, very idea right there. And then David here is plea bargaining. In this verse, David is in his prayer, right? He is kind of plea bargaining. He's saying that in death there's no remembrance of thee. So he's basically saying, I remember thee. I write songs to thee. I remember thee. I love thee. You know what I'm saying? But if I'm dead, then who else is going to be able to who's going to do that? This is his pitch, right? So to speak. Be Sheol, mi yodelak. In Sheol, who is going to give thanks to you? Right? In gratitude of his love, right? Because it's important for someone to be here on earth, right? To remember you for all the forgetful ones, and someone here on earth to give thanks, right, to you, and to inspire others to give thanks to you. Just to bring out the sense of this verse here, a key verse. Ki ein b'maweta zikreka, bi Sheol, mi yodelak. Who will give thanks to the eye? Who will hand it to you? Right? Here, right? The Vav, the wow verse, he goes on from that thought into this thought. He says, I am weary with my groaning. All the night make I my bed to swim. I water my couch with my tears. With my tears, I water my couch with my tears every night. Here. Yagati yabe anchati asache b'kol laila miyat ati be dima ati arsi amseh I water my couch. It's almost like his tears is like, like, wow. But this here, of course, he's expressing, right? He's expressing through word pictures. He says, I'm weary, right? I'm weary with my groaning. Yagaiti, yaga is to toil. Yaga, right? Yaga is like to toil, like hard work, toiling, exhausting work. Yagaiti is like I'm worn out. I gasp. I'm exhausted. Like a hard day's work. Yagaiti. Like what a yagon. Yagaiti. Like agony. Yagaiti. Be anachati. I am weary with my anachati, with my sighing, with my expressions of grief or physical distress. Like when somebody going through and they're like, oh man, oh, yeah. He's expressing. He said, I'm tired of doing this, but this is what I'm doing. My sighing, my mourning, and then he goes on to say, mine all the night, through the whole night, all the night, I make I my bed to swim, asacheh b'kol laila, asacheh, asacheh here to swim from sacha. Sacha is to swim. Sacha in Hebrew, sacha, right? Asacheh. I cause to swim. I make to swim. I make to inundate. It's also to inundate. Like inundate is like to be full of water, right? To inundate, right? I cause to swim. I cause to sacha. Ascha, I make to inundate, like to swim. Call Lila in all the night. Call all Lila in all the night. Mitati, my mita. What is mita? There's the mita. Mita is my couch, my bed, my beer. My beer, like extended. It's like a place extended for sleeping. Like you'll roll out something, the length of you, and then you lay down on it. You extended the place for sleeping. The analogy is like a sofa or a litter or a beer, right? But we can say simply, it's like today, like a bed. Asacheh b'kol laila mitati. Here he's saying finding sleep impossible. I lay down, I'm trying to get sleep. I'm spending call Lila all night, b'kol laila in all the night. right? In weeping, right? Over his suffering, over that which is the physical and the mental and the psychological suffering. He says, I water my couch, right? I water my couch with my tears. Bidimati, with my tears, in my tears, bidimati, bidimati, in my tears, arsi, in my tears, I, RC, sliga. Where's the word right there? RC, yeah, there we go. RS is another kind of a couch, a divan, a bed. So we can see that there's a bed, right? The mita, and then there is the RS, RC, right? There's a type of, a couch. Usually this kind of couch would have a canopy. You know how there's these beds? You know how there's some beds, some of y'all might have beds like that, which have a canopy over it, like a covering over it. The old type of beds where you can kind of like draw down even like a not a curtain, but we'll have like a curtain around it, right? It has like a canopy over it. So we have one place, the meat is like a place you just stretch out something, like you just roll, say you roll a blanket or you put straw down or something and you just lay on that right there. You know what I mean? While there's another kind of a more formal kind of bed, the RS or the RS, right, which has like a canopy over it. Those old time beds, where you can draw it down and you're like in a little tent. You know that sense. It has like an arch, right? So here he says, Bidimanti RC, in my tears, RC, my couch, my canopy bed, right? Amse, amse, amse. I am watering, masa. I'm dissolving, I'm melting, I'm causing to liquefy, right? Scroll down here, I'm dissolving. So it's not literally watering, but it's like because I'm crying so much, I'm suffering and crying so much. It's like the whole bed is wet, and the wetness is dissolving the original purpose of it. It's like I'm creating a little pool here that the bed has dissolved. It's a figurative use of language for sure. This is a description that's characteristic of the Eastern, right? The Afro-Semitic, the African Semitic, or the Oriental hyperbole. This is somewhat of a hyperbole. You know what I mean? How we talk, not literally, but the figure of speech shows the depthness of feeling. So here, Yagayati, Be Anhatiya Asache, Bikol Laila Mitati, Be Dimati, Arsiya Amseh. Here, taking it forward to the seventh, the Zain. Got the Zain verse right here, taking this the seventh verse right here. This is still in the section, right? Verses 4 to 7, a plea for deliverance. Mine eye is consumed because of grief. It waxeth old because of all mine enemies. Here, he says, Ashasha mikaasa aini. Atika bikola zorai. Two parts of the verse. First part, mine eye is consumed because of grief. Ashisha, mi kaas, aini. Right? Mine eye, aini, my ein, aini, my eye, mine eye, in a singular sense, not my eyes, but aini, mine eye is consumed. Ashisha. Ashesh is Ashisha. My eye is consumed. It's wastes away. It fails. It shrinks. Right? It shrinks. It becomes weak. My eye becomes weak right here. Right? So, right? Ashisha. Here it conceives of the eye in the feminine sense, but the eye has a more neuter sense. But anyway, Ashisha mi ka'as. From ka'as. Ashisha. Right? From Ka'as. You see Ka'as? There's Ka'as. Sound like chaos, right? Ka'as. Because of anger, vexation, Ka'as, chaos. Right? Because of provocation, because of grief, Ka'as. My eye, Ashisha mi Ka'as, I need. Atika, be called Sorai. It waxeth old. Atika, attack, right? The attack Yomim, right? The Ancient of Days, attack a Yomim. Here we have attack. Attack means to move, to proceed. It has a sense of becoming old, something that advances in years, something that moves forward, that proceeds, that gets old. So often this word is used like figuratively to grow old, right? Growing old. Atika, right? It grows old, right? It grows old. My eye, she is growing old, right? Because in all, by way of all, sorerai, because of all my sarah, because of all those who distress me, right? All that which binds me, gives me anxiety, right? Those that cause me anxiety, the enemies that cause me adversity and anxiety, sorerai, right? Sorerai, right here, to suffer, that show hostility also, all those that vex me, right? All those that try to cramp, cripple, and paralyze me. In that sense, this is what he's saying here. Ashisha mika asa aini ataka bikola sorai. Here, breaking it down, eye is dim because of vexation. He is hollow-eyed. Mine eye wasteth away with vexation. In Psalm 31, round about verse 9, verse 10, mine eye wasteth away. My eye is getting old. My eye is getting consumed. My eye, ashesh, is failing, is shrinking. My vision is being affected by all of the stresses, right? The vexation, the chaos that's caused by the gloating of his enemies, those who are vexing him, right? And vexing me, that he is forgotten, right? He is forgotten by Elohim, right? In other words, the enemies are vexing him to say, like, you know why you're going through this? Because you a sinner. You deserve what you got. That's good for you, right? And you know what I mean? It's in that sense here. It waxeth old, his eye, right? His sight, it fails as in a man of advanced age. And this is medically proven that if you go through stress, some basic things like your vision can be affected. What I mean? Stress can affect, other aspects. So here, this is a point concerning the eye, right? Concerning vision, right? I notice also too, he's not sleeping so well at night. So imagine you're not getting your rest, and even while all night you're going through stress, you're weeping, you're crying, you know what I'm saying? Wow. You know what I mean? So this is the psalm. This is the psalm right here. Last part right here. Right? We have right this last section right here with these last verses right here. Here is the chet verse right here. This section is his prayer answered, right? Answering his prayer and his prayer answered. What does he pray here? He says, depart from me, all ye workers of iniquity, for Yahweh have heard the voice of my weeping. Get away. Go away. Depart from me. Go away. Yo, go away. Travel wide. They say, travel wide from me, all you workers of iniquity. Travel wide from I, workers of iniquity. For Yahweh have heard. He heard. Right? He's the Shomeya Tefillah. He's the hearer of prayer. He heard the voice of my weeping. So even though I wasn't speaking, I was only weeping, he heard the voice. He know it was me, and he know what you've been doing. He heard the voice. So you better just get away from me, right? Just go away. Go away. He says in the Hebrew, Soru mimeni kala po alei aven. Ki shama Yahweh kala bikyi. Call Bikyi. He hears the call, the voice of Bikyi. Bikyi, all my baka. He hears the voice of Bikyi. Bikyi, right? Weeping, Bikyi, my weeping. Bikyi is weeping, Bikyi, of my weeping. So he hears the voice, right, of my weeping. First things first, get away from me. Get away from I. Get away from me. All right, that could be a nice song. Get away from me, all you workers of iniquity. Sorumi meni. Call poale aven. Call all poale, all you habitual. all you habituals, all you habitual, right? They do this as practice. It's not like they did a one wrong thing. Oh, my bad. I didn't mean to do that. No, this is what they do. They do what they does. So even in the language of workers of iniquity from the Hebrew, it tells us that this is a habitual worker, a systemic worker. Like systemic injustice is a part of the system. It's a part of their practice. They practice and perfect wicked and iniquitous works, right? Workers of iniquity, aven, 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 trouble, wickedness, sorrow, aven, aven, aven. They exert themselves to do that which is really good for nothing, right? But imagine the wicked are working to defy the Almighty God, right? And if the Almighty God be the Almighty God, we know that all that they are doing is for nothing. So one can ask, why are you going to try to defy the Almighty God to begin with? But this is what they do. That's the job. That's the job for them. But you know what? Let them do their work. But the psalmist in I is saying, get away from me. Work that iniquity somewhere else. Soru mimeni called por leaven. Right? Depart from me. Get away. Why? Ki shama. For he hears. Ki shama. Yahweh. For he who be Yahweh hears, what does he hear? Call bikyi. Call bikyi. Bikyi. He hears the voice of the sound of my weeping. Right? Not like the voice like words, but he hears the sound of my weeping. Which is deep because, usually it's like the Lord hears my voice. He hears the voice of my prayers. He hears the voice of my supplication. He hears my words, all of that. But no, here is something even deeper. Even my weeping, right, is intelligible to Yahweh Eloheinu. That's why he says, you know what? I'm still a little bit weepy. Just go, get away, right? He hears, right? He have heard, right? Actually, Ki Shama is more the sense of he already has heard. Ki Shama, Yahweh called Bikyi. So it's like saying, listen, y'all are still doing me evil, ratchetness. You're not getting away. You're still mocking and taunting me and trying to cause me anxiety. But you know what? Yahweh has already heard the sound of my weeping. Not even articulate prayer. I couldn't form my words. My just tears, my weeping came. He heard. He knows it. Why don't you just, y'all need to go. Really. So think about that. These won't want bad for him, and he's trying to give them some good advice. Get away from me, right? Get away, right? This is a marked transition here in the song. When we look at the flow of the other verses, getting to the verse, check that out. Getting to the verse that basically effectively says, get away from me. Soru, soru. Turn aside from me. Depart from me. Avoid me. He's saying, avoid me, right? Soru mimeni. Avoid me. But avoid me. Watch my side. What the time says, I'm dangerous. What's that one? But watch my side, I'm dangerous. He's like, Soru mimeni. Call po ale awen, right? All you workers of iniquity. A marked transition occurs here. The words ring with a joyful relief, right? And the note of complaint has ended. So I had to push through the other verses to get to this verse. Because each verse, no matter how we want to style it, we have to accept the spirit of the word, right? Not the letter of it, but the spirit of it, the heavy verses. Each verse is a heavy verse, right? But try to explain it in context. But this verse is a change, right? It's like joy comes out here. Suru mimeni called po alea aven ki shama Yahuwah called bikyi, right? Go, get gone. Either, right? Then it's as remarked above. These verses form, some say, a supplement to the song. Some say that this might have been added after the crisis, right? After the recovery, after one recovered, right? Or we can look at the verb here, right? Must be understood as a prophetic perfect. What verb? The verb here is the one I'm highlighting right there. Shama. Shama literally means he heard. Not Yishma. Yishma means he is hearing or he will hear. Shama mean he had heard, right? So it says, Ki Shama Yahuwah, for Yahuwah has heard. You see, It's like he has already heard this. So this is why this is taken as the prophetic perfect. The prophetic perfect is calling those things that be not as though they were. So sometimes you will hear, even in a prayer, where one is asking for something, and then they will declare a sense of the language as though it's already has happened. That's what we get in the New Covenant in the scripture sense, calling those things that be not as though they were. It's like when Robbeinu Yeshua says we have to, when we pray, right, we have to pray with a sense that we have received the things that we ask for, right, to bring out this prophetic perfect sense. So because of the word shama there, that directly means he heard, not he will hear or he is hearing, right? But he had already heard it, right? Therefore, that's why some say that this could be after the recovery, right, as a supplement, or if it was spoken as a time, it's a profession of the Hebrew faith of calling things that are not actually manifest, but they already have manifest. You know what I mean? Like somebody saying you're done. You're done, and they're like, ha ha ha, I'm still in charge, and then the next minute they get arrested or something happened. It's like, wow, it's like prophecy. But the person said that it already happened, but the person who heard it thinks that, oh, if it happened, how come I don't see it? And then the next moment, it reminded me of the Twin Towers thing. In the Twin Towers thing, they said, it seems like we have dodged a bullet. You know what I mean? They said that we dodged a bullet and the building is still standing. As soon as they said that, at least what I saw on TV, the building came down. It's like when they say you spoke too soon. So right here, the sense of for he has heard, we would interpret this in the prophetic perfect, right? That basically he is confident at this point of his prayer, right, that what he has requested will be and is happening, and it's just a matter of time, right, before it fully manifests. So the prophetic perfect, right, right here. Let's go to verse 9, the 8th verse right here, almost next to last right here. Now notice how he goes on. See how one verse links to the next. For Yahweh have heard the voice of my weeping. Yahweh hath heard, past tense, have heard, not is hearing, not will hear, but have heard, right? The three states of being, right? Past, present, and future, right? Here is already, it's already done, right? Have heard my supplication. So notice what Yahweh has heard. He has heard my weeping in this psalm, and he has heard my supplication. Now, my supplication is more articulate. My weeping is just my weeping, the sound of me weeping, the sound of me crying. You know what I'm saying? Here he says, Shama Yahweh te chinati. Shama Yahweh te chinati. Right? Yahweh Tifilati Yikach. He has taken, right? It says right here, he has taken, he's received, he has taken my tefillah. He has taken my prayer, right? Yikach, right? Yikach from right there, lakach, to take, to receive, to acquire. My tefillah, tifilati, my prayer. So here it shows Yahweh, he who be, as hearing, Techinati. He has heard my techina. My techina. Techina is a favor. Well, the favor I've asked him. The supplication. Right? The begging, beseeching for pity, for mercy, for grace. Right? Remember the Hanan. Asking for mercy, even if it's undeserved merit. Shama Yahweh techinati. Yahweh tefilati yikach. Right here. So this here, it builds on a verse before, right? That's why. So he's given the workers of iniquity, the evil workers, right, opportunity to get away, right, to go away. He's trying to warn them that Yahweh has already heard the voice of my weeping. So it's almost like saying, I have wept. Throughout the psalm is the weeping. He comes here, I have wept. I'm drying my eye now. Why? Because Yahweh have heard the voice of my weeping. Yahweh has heard my supplication, my begging him for favor, and Yahweh receiveth my prayer. He has already received my prayer. My prayer is received. The answer is coming. So suru mimeni po ale called po ale aven, right? So get away from me. Get Gone, gone, gone. Here to the last verse right here, the Yod verse. Yod Aleph, the final verse. Remember, this is the closing section, right? His prayer answered, right? He says, let all mine enemies be ashamed and sore vex it, right? Make them return, be ashamed suddenly. Done. Seal up, right? Yeboshu, with Yebahilua me'od kala oibai. Ya shubu, Yeboshu. Raga, 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 raga. Like at a moment. You know, like in Hebrew, somebody says, like they're knocking and on my door, but I'm not ready to open the door. I might say, rega, rega, rega. Like a moment, just a moment. Give me a moment. Rega, 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 rega. Rega, rega, rega. Like just a moment. Here it ends with that sense right here. It says, Yashubu, Yevoshu, raga. Yashuvu, Yeboshu. Let them return, Yeboshu. Let them be ashamed. Raga, 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 raga. Let's get to raga first. Raga, raga, right? Raga, as it's pointed there. Here, the base word, rega. Rega in the verse, raga. Right? Here is a moment. Rega, rega, rega. Are you coming? Are you coming? Rega, 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 rega. Just a moment. Berega, like a moment. Give me a moment. Rega, rega. You know, I'll be there. Rega, rega. Right? At a moment. You know what I mean? In the wink of the eyes. Rega, rega. In a short space of time. Rega, rega, rega. Right? So what he's saying is that I tried to warn you. Soru mimeni. Right? Get away from me. Soru mimeni. You know what I mean? Because Yahweh heard my weeping. He heard my supplication. He received my prayer, right? All mine enemies shall be ashamed and sore affrighted. So here he's declaring to himself and even to others, this is what it is. Mine enemies, that basically the final verse here, it has a confidence that everything that he has gone through, right, has been for a purpose. It's like it says in the Romans chapter 8, verse 28. For we know that all things work together for the good of those who love Elohim and those who are called according to his purpose, according to his thought, right? And this last verse is saying that we know, for we know. Not believe, not ask. Yes, I had to pray. I had to weep. I had to go through that. But now I'm confident in the victory of the good over the evil. Thus he can say, closing right here, Yevoshu, let them be abashed. Let them be abashed. Bush, Yevoshu. Let them be put to shame. Let them be disconcerted. Right? Yevoshu. Let them be pale. Right? Let them be pale. Let them lose all color. Let them be ashamed. Let them be disappointed. Let them be delayed. Yevoshu. With Yebahilu, we Yebahilu, we Yebahilu, and yet them be Bahal, Wata Bahala, let them be disturbed, Wata Wahala, Bahala, Vahala, let them be anxious, let them be nervous. You remember David here in this psalm, he uses the same verb, Bahal, vexed, for when he says that his bones are vexed and his soul is vexed because the situation, the suffering of that psychosomatic condition, the condition of mind that was affecting his bodily health. Now he sums up and he says, may all my enemies, may this be, right? May all my enemies be ashamed and very much vex it, right? Yeboshu. Where Yebahilu me'od. How much? Me'od. When Yahweh created, right, on the sixth day, everything, he looked at everything he created, he said it was tov me'od. He said it was tov, good. Me'od. It was very good. Now wait here, he says, may all my enemies be ashamed and Yebahilu me'od. Right? Very much. Me'od. Call oibai. Call oivai. Oivai. Call oibai. All my enemies, all the oyeb them, right? All the enemy them, whether they personal enemy them, oyeb them, right? Whether they national enemy them, they oyeb them, right? They are haters, these adversaries, because the root of oyeb, the Hebrew word for enemy, come from ayab, Ayah mean they are hostile. They show hostility, right? They show hostility, right? It's like they have enmity, right? They hate me because like I'm of a different tribe or party. I'm for Yahweh and they're for Satan, they're for the devil. So there's a hatred. Love and hate can never be friends. Oh no, right? They're hostile. So these are the Oibai, the old boys, Oibai, right? Yeboshu, where Yebahilume, Od Kol Oibai. Last part here, Yashubu, let them return, let them turn around. Yeboshu, let them turn around and be ashamed. Raga, suddenly in a moment, right? Because their scoffings had proved baseless. Why should they be abashed and get the bush, right? Yeboshu, be put to shame. Why should they Yeboshu get the bush, right? It's because their scoffing had been proved to be baseless, right? How about sore affrighted, right? Sore affrighted or sore vexed, right? To be sore vexed. Well, lest Yahweh's anger be directed against them, right? And they have to endure the pains that he had suffered, right? Notice what he's saying. In a sense, he's saying, why don't they endure what I have suffered? Because remember in which verses was it? In verses 2 and 3, right? In verses 2 and 3, where he says, my bones are vexed and my soul is vexed, the psychosomatic condition, right? It's like deuces. It's like say deuces. You know, when we say deuces, right? Deuces, right? Some might say karma and all that, but in principle, yes, but in word, no. We're speaking Hebrew here. But let they get what they had given, right? Let them feel it, right? He who feels it knows it. So let them get to know it. Let them get to feel it. They shall turn back in dismay at the frustration of their hopes and be suddenly overwhelmed, right, with confusion, right? They said, do unto others as you would have them do, right? Remember, Yahweh's judgment often is a mida connected mida. It's measure for measure, right? Measure for measure. That's why it says love one another as ourselves, and that which we would like to have done for us, we should do for one another, right? For the brothers and sisters in the way, the truth, and the life. By extension, what we can do for humanity. So here, whoa, all right. So right here, just for the outro. Whoa, yes. So here, dubwise are going to solve the Hebrew and then to the English, right? We have the waiting in vain dubwise. Whoa, check this.
Okay.
מזמור ו' למנצח בנגינות על השמינית, מזמור לדוד. אדוני, אל באפך תוכיחני, ואל בחמתך תייסרני. חונני אדוני, כי אומלל אני. רפאני אדוני, כי נבהלו עצמי. ונפשי נבהלה מאוד, ואתה אדוני עד מתי? שובה אדוני חלצה נפשי, הושיעני למען חסדך, כי אין במוות זכרך, בשאול מי יודלך. יגעתי באנחתי, אסחב וכל לילה מיטתי, בדמעתי ערסי אמסה. עששה מכעס עיני, עתקה בכל צוררי. סורו ממני כל פועלי אבן, כי שמע אדוני כל בכי. שמע אדוני תחינתי, אדוני תפילתי ייקח. יבושו ויבהלו מאוד כל אויבי, ישובו יבושו רגע.
Psalm 6. O Lord, rebuke me not in thine anger, neither chasten me in thy hot displeasure. Have mercy upon me, O Lord, for I am weak. O Lord, heal me, for my bones are vexed. My soul is also sore vexed. But thou, O Lord, how long? Return, O Lord, deliver my soul. O save me for thy mercy's sake. For in death there is no remembrance of thee. In the grave who shall give thee thanks? I am weary with my groaning. All the night make I my bed to swim. I water my couch with my tears. Mine eye is consumed because of grief. It waxeth old because of all mine enemies. Depart from me, all ye workers of iniquity, for the Lord hath heard the voice of my weeping. The Lord hath heard my supplication. The Lord will receive my prayer. Let all mine enemies be ashamed and sore vexed. Let them return and be ashamed, suddenly, 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 suddenly.
Yes, yes, yes. Rev Tov, Lila Tov, Boker Tov. Yes, I'm gonna seal up right here, here. Think kind of appropriate right here. Perilous times, you know? These perilous times right here, here. Yes, I Rastafari.
Lion of Judah.
Hello, Echo Midnight here, and outro. Yes,
But know this, yeah. In the last days, perilous times will come. Men will be lovers of themselves, lovers of money, boasters, proud, blasphemers, disobedient to parents, unthankful and unholy. Unloving, unforgiving, slanderers without self-control, brutal, despisers of good, traitors and headstrong, hearty, lovers of pleasure rather than lovers of Jah, Rastafari, having a form of godliness but denying the power, and from such people turn away. Know this, in the last days perilous times will come. Men will be lovers of themselves, lovers of money, boasters, proud, blasphemers, disobedient to parents, unthankful, unholy, unloving, unforgiving, slanderers without self-control, brutal, despisers of good, traitors and headstrong and haughty, lovers of pleasure rather than lovers of Jah, Rastafari, having a form of godliness but denying the power, and from such people turn away. For of this sort are those who creep into households and make captives of gullible woman, loaded down with sins, led away by various lusts, always learning and never able to come to the knowledge of truth. Yeah, know this, know this, sing oh barren, you have not born, break forth into singing and cry aloud. You who have not labored with child,
For more are the children of the desolate than the children of the married woman, says the Lord. Enlarge the place of your tent. Let them stretch out the curtains of your dwellings. Do not spare. Lengthen your cords. Strengthen your stakes. For you shall expand to the right and to the left, and your descendants will inherit the nations and make the desolate cities inhabited. So do not fear. You will not be ashamed, neither be disgraced, for you will not be put to shame. For you shall forget the shame of your youth.
Lion of Judah Society.
And David my servant shall be king over them, and they all shall have one shepherd.
It is good that you are here to record this picture of me in my palace garden at Addis Ababa. People who see this throughout the world will realize that even in the 20th century, with faith, courage, and a just cause, David will still beat Goliath.
And David my servant shall be king over them, and they all shall have one shepherd, one shepherd, one shepherd, one shepherd.
Lion of Judah Society.